scare you? Scared me and I did it. Seeing a quorum of voting members, I call the April 29th Cincinnati School Board meeting to order. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Craig,
Here.
Mr. Lindy,
Here.
Ms. Mapp. Here. Dr. Moffitt,
Here.
Mr. Morosky,
Here.
Vice President Weinberg,
Here.
President Bolton.
Present. Vice President Weinberg, would you please explain the process for the virtual hearing of the public?
Yes, absolutely. Members of the public who are online and wish to speak during our hearing of the public today may do so by clicking the chat button. The chat feature will be open for your request for 5 minutes. And if you would like a direct response to your question, please make sure to share your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and of course, your contact information.
Thank you very much. I would like to share before we begin our apologies for starting later than we'd like to, but work prevented us from getting here on time. And we were involved in another meeting. Also, I would like to share, especially for the regular board of visitors, so to speak, and the board members, that at least for the next several board meetings, the treasurer's report and the superintendent's recommendations, because of the nature of the time of this year, you know, May and a lot of things coming to conclusion and what have you, those 2 items have been removed from our normal consent agenda and indeed will appear separately, which will allow us to discuss those as need be without necessarily all the ramifications of removing them from the consent agenda on the floor. And they will appear, as you will see. The chair will now entertain a motion and a second to approve the April business meeting agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Treasurer Wagner, would you please call the voting roll?
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Ms. Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffitt, Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes, thank you. Tonight's agenda is approved as posted and as posted. It's not a revision. Okay. And now we'll start with the old business as we've been doing, and the old business that is before us is a discussion, I guess, of ad hoc recommendations, as well as suggestions and feedback for the ad hoc implementation engagement plan, as well as some work regarding budget recommendations and discussion. These things might occur later in the agenda as well, as the matters are important and require a lot of discussion, but wanted to know if from the administration we have any new or additional ad hoc recommendations or numbers or budget recommendations or numbers. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, President Bolton. So on the document that was shared, I think that you see the update that was provided by the treasurer. The writing in green is actually a response from the treasurer around budget or whether or not it's cost neutral. So while there's not a number for that, I don't know if you want to share any more on that, the treasurer, for that portion.
So there are some things that can't be quantified until the work team actually puts it into a progressive plan. For
Okay.
example, on, until we get a cost from, estimated cost from the Cropper and his redistricting plan, that's gonna shift students, which is gonna shift staff. So it's hard to make those kinds of costs until those assignments get done.
Thank you. So that's referring to the ad hoc recommendations or discussions.
Right. Correct. I also think that, I don't know that it'll be this evening, but the items that needed more discussion or that we had questions around or needed clarity. As you know, we provided just an initial draft of how we were trying to move forward, and there was some concern that it was not consistent with where the ad hoc committee was. We want to make sure that we're consistent, but we're reading that based on the information that we have. And so whenever we're going to do that, so that, you know, we know that there is desire in the community to know when we're getting started. I know that we're talking about the engagement portion next, but trying to craft all of that together. So there will be some opportunity to have some discussion around that as well.
would it be appropriate and would there be more information available or what have you? If we discussed, some of that needs more discussion on May 6th?
Possibly, but there are some areas that we concur with that we want to make
Right.
sure we're in alignment with what ad hoc has provided. Because what we thought we were in alignment with some of the responses that we've gotten back, we may not be in alignment. So I'm not sure where we end on the agenda on the 6th. But if it looks like that's the place to do it, I think that's an appropriate time.
That would be great, I think, even though I think it's a big meeting with vows and sals and what have you, but usually in that time frame we have limited presentations as well. Are there particular items within the ad hoc that you might direct our attention to, or where you thought there might be those inconsistencies?
So I would direct the conversation back to the preliminary draft that we shared with the
Okay.
board, trying to craft and frame the whys of where we were, the resolution that the board gave and trying to name that as well. But also asking some additional questions about some of the items that were in the ad hoc. Because from that time, there's been a lot of back and forth and a lot of community partners are also reaching out to us as well. They're reaching out to the board, they're reaching out to us. And so the sooner that we can get on the same page with that, the better for all of us.
Well, then you would suggest that the board look at the preliminary draft and that be either posted or reposted on board docs, as well as the actual resolution that we passed moving forward.
We
This-
actually didn't post it on board docs.
Okay.
We just shared it with the board as a possible
Great.
draft to try to get to alignment. When I sent it to the board, it was never intended to be posted on board docs because we weren't ready to move forward, nor were we sure. But knowing that we're continuing to talk about ad hoc in each of the meetings, we want to make sure that we are able to get some kind of next steps out to the community so that they know when we're going to start these more intensive conversations with the administration and board paired and partnered together in the conversations.
That's very good for us. And I think the 6th would be the good opportunity because I know we want to talk some more budget information here. I would ask, this is my personal question before I turn it over to everybody else. The treasurer, you mentioned the cropper. What would you kind of share with the board until the people that look at our demographics or help draw the boundary lines, or could you explain what you were talking about?
I'm speaking from prior role experience where I was responsible for the district boundaries. We used to contract with Matt Cropper, who is a GIS specialist, geographic information specialist, who maintains our boundaries and the maps and the dots. And he now works with CIO Gollihue. Do you want to say anything? He's putting together an estimate for you, right?
Actually,
Yeah.
Jeremy, if you want to come forward, we do have some updates around that. Thank you.
Great. Great, I'm coming around. Yes, sir.
Yeah, just for clarity, what Treasurer Wagner is referring to is Cropper GIS. It's the company that we engage with on a regular basis in looking at the demographics, the GIS coding, so where our students live, what we were affectionately referred to as our red dot maps. They generate a lot of the map software that we use to then create those kind of maps. So they're very familiar with our data in our district. So yes, they have been working diligently with us on a couple of different options of what the pricing could look like. And at this point, they've estimated what we would look at for a district of our size would be 6 to 8 months, probably leaning towards the 8 months timeframe for a redistricting, and roughly between 200 and 250,000 plus in
Okay.
terms of a cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Going to members now, around the table. Questions, comments about ad hoc? Dr. Moffett.
So thank you so much. I appreciate this information, and I was definitely one of the board members that shared a little concern around the public posting of some of the items in the presentation that appeared to be contradictory to the lengthy discussion that we had for 18 months around K-8s and the need for that historically, the historical perspective as to how we got here. And so I appreciate you pulling that so that we could have more discussion collectively and provide more direction. One thing on this particular document on page 2, as just an example, the report, the ad hoc recommendation suggested that AMI and AWL, and I guess now Robert, God bless you,
Bless you.
remain citywide magnets. But in the presentation, I think it was listed as schools that could change. And so that was one of the things that as an example of what I wanted to make certain that we didn't confuse the community about when we do present, because we've had a couple of questions around those particular schools being told that they were going to change and not be citywide magnets, and then transportation being impacted, and those parents coming from the west side actually having some concerns of not being able to attend there, when the report was clear that we wanted them to remain citywide magnets, but they're getting conflicting information. And even in that presentation, as an example, it was listed that they could change. Another school that was listed that could change was Euler. We never talked about Euler changing. So in the report, in either the report from December or even in this one. And so again, I think there are some areas where we need to be very intentional so that we're no longer giving the community misrepresentation of what the original ad hoc report was and what the intention was for the district. We spent a considerable amount of time talking about K-8s versus middle schools and landed on middle schools and was waiting for the data around that. So I just wanted to ensure that we are speaking collaboratively and we have this true board administration collaboration, because I think we want it to all work, but we do need more data and we definitely need to be consistent in our communication.
Thank you. And just for clarity, if we go back to the email that I sent to the board, the email that I sent to the board shared that this is a draft for the board. It was separate from the presentations for tonight, so it was not going to be posted. We put that together to do the cross-reference so that we could make sure that all of the moving parts were in the right places. I do think that it's also important, however, as we go to the next level of engagement, it is possible that some of the recommendations from there may not end up as the same recommendations that come back through the administration to the board. And so just because it's like that on that document, that may not be something that comes back. For example, we've had lengthy conversations around what was in the ad hoc report, for example, we know the conversations that we had around Rockdale and South Avondale. Rockdale and South Avondale grades split to become PK5 and South Avondale becomes a middle school. So we need more discussion because that was clear in the recommendation, but as there have been conversations around that, it's been shared that that was not the case. And so that's what we really want to make sure that we are getting clarity on, so that as we're going out to the community, we want to make sure that we're doing that in partnership with the board. Because right now the board is really working to be responsive to the ad hoc recommendations. But in order for it to be efficient and effective, us doing that together as partners is going to be important. And also letting the community as a whole know when those sessions are going to start, where they're going to be, what we're going to talk about, and framing some of that. In terms of the K-8 and clarification that was sent out, a lot of questions have still come to us, even though there was 18 months of engagement around not 6-8. A lot of questions have come up to us about the difference in the two. So that's why that's an opportunity to share what the differences are and to share that the research is mixed on whether it's a middle school or K-8. So it really depends on what the board chooses to do as we move forward. So if we really look at what I sent, it's just a draft to get started so that we can come back, have conversation, review it in advance, so that if there are updates that we need to make, we can do that so that we really can get a plan moving forward so that we can share it with the community, which I know is what everyone is interested in.
So
Thank
can I ask for a point of clarification? So given that that was a draft and that had some inconsistencies contained, I'm happy to go back and provide what we've been doing. As I know there's a few board members that have gone out to the community. We spent a long time talking about K-8s in very long time. So I've been directing people back to the ad hoc months that we spoke about that, because it's very confusing. And I look forward to us being able to work together. And I will provide some feedback, because the presentation that was provided to the board did contain some inconsistencies, and I'm happy to.
And
give
what
my
we,
input.
what we will do with that, because I don't want you to have to do double work. You've already done the ad hoc recommendations. So we can take that document, have our team go back over it and put eyes on it across the board to make sure that it matches exactly what the recommendations are from ad hoc, so that we're not getting the piecemeal responses back from that, so that as we're looking at it together, we're looking at it from there. I do think it's important, however, that as we go through the process, because of the feedback that we've also looked at, that we're also talking to individuals about why it's important for us to make changes as it comes to the importance of academic achievement for children and their improved social emotional learning. So not just a matter of upsetting the apple cart, so to speak, but making sure that we're right sizing our district, and we're doing that for a purpose.
Thank you. Other comments by members before we move on? It sounds like we have a plan for the 6th to use the draft that you've sent to the board already, the ad hoc committee reports, the in green comments that have been made regarding cost neutral or not cost neutral. If we can devote some significant time on the 6th to doing what you have suggested, and I think is wise, getting some alignment between the administration and the board, and maybe even some alignment with the community, so that the messaging is a little bit more unified. I think that would be helpful. So if that works for everybody, we'll put that on the agenda for May 6th. Yes, ma'am.
The only request that I would have is that we spend that time aligning together, because we're not collectively aligned, before we begin to try to message and align with the community. Because we've not yet, as a
Great
team,
idea.
taken it to the community. And so it's when we can get aligned, even though we'll do the conversation just as we're doing it now, it may make it more robust for us and allow us to then really work together and step out as a team as we're doing it. So that would be my only request.
I think that's a good suggestion, that's how we get the messaging right. If we have alignment between us, among us, before we start messaging. If that works, then we'll put that on for May 6th in our wonderful Vals and Sal's meeting. And then that part of the agenda will conclude tonight, except we did have from the superintendent way back in March, and I think you all have this, it's been posted, the suggestion regarding some engagement and for ad hoc and the work plan. I also, with the help of board staff, put some of my views to the same document, so that it kind of might help guide. But if people have some reactions to the engagement document, this would be a good time tonight. And then I guess maybe also on May 6th to feel strongly about how the engagement process has been. Does any board member, I wrote mine down and submitted it a while back, but other board members, do you have some engagement additions or corrections to share with the superintendent regarding the very extensive plan she presented? I do think it was late March, that maybe not even late March, it might have been late February at this rate. Other board members, Mr. Lindy.
Thanks, President Bolden. I'm very happy to reserve. I made sure to read it. I did have a couple follow-up questions, but if we're going to talk about all of this on the 6th, I'm very happy to save my comments for next time.
Great.
I just wanted to register that I do have some questions, but I'm
Thank you.
happy to talk about them once we're aligned on the other piece.
That works for Mr. Lindy. Now, what about Mr. Craig? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think the one thing and I said this before when we started this year off as well, is I think any changes that would happen to next year, if we haven't already implemented them, I just don't think we should do any changes that would affect this coming up school year. I think my concern is that we are already making a number of changes through budget and through other things that are going to have an effect on our schools. And so to a certain extent, if we haven't already implemented it into what we're already doing, I think it'd be wise as we go through the ad hoc recommendations to still try and focus on the 25, 26 as a starting point to the multi-year. The other thing I think is, and I think it was in one of the documents that I saw, but I don't know if we talked about this a lot, but I think the conversation around the demographics of the city is an important part to this conversation, because part of the problem that we are facing right now in the district connects up to where do people live who have kids, and how that changes based on other demographic factors that are not within our control. And so it's something that I just think we should also as a board be talking about as we think about these things, because it may be something that we can put a building one here and then one day all those kids are gone, those folks are still living there and now they don't have kids in their neighborhood anymore. And we see that in some of our areas now. So I think the changes in population based on where people move to and where people live at and those other factors are just something that would be helpful for us to be thinking about in this conversation as well.
Thank you. Vice President.
Yes, so the only thing that I would like to add is if we could possibly, and we can talk about this on the 6th, but as I was looking at this proposal, the stakeholder engagement, I would love if we could possibly bring that up a little bit sooner than August. So maybe having that discussion piece. So that would just be my one only input.
That's it. Put it up, or-
Yes, I would love to move that up if at all possible, and we can discuss this on the 6th as well. I can give a little bit more information on why I think that would be a good idea.
Thank you. Other comments or thoughts? Member Matt?
Yes, thank you, President Boston. So I just have a question about the engagement piece. So I do know that we've had board members to go out and connect with the community. Are we postponing those type of moments of engagement so that we can align collectively with administration as well as the board to make sure that there is cohesion with the messaging?
My personal preference would be that since this discussion is going to occur like next Monday, I would say that maybe, I know we're preoccupied with budget issues and what have you. I think unless we get invited specifically, and I think we've only gone where we've been invited. I know that at least speaks for me. I think until that alignment occurs on the 6th, I think that would make sense.
All right, thank you.
And I just was gonna, agree with you. If we're invited somewhere, of course, I'm never gonna tell a constituent or a community member that I'm not attending. And whether we're aligned or not, I'm still gonna go to hear what my community has to say. So I just wanted to add that in.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I do think it's important to be responsive, but again, to make sure that we're all on one accord, making sure that we have appropriate information, because if we're seeing that there's inconsistencies, what we can be communicating could be exacerbating the challenges or the issue with being aligned. So just wanted to, again, make sure that we're on one accord to move forward so that we can be most effective and advantageous for our community and our constituents.
Sounds good. Any other comments, Madam Superintendent?
Thank you. And also, if we'll go back, if everyone will have an opportunity to look at the draft that I sent, if we go back to that particular draft, it does take into consideration some of the recommendations that have been made along the way, even if it's been individual, which also take into consideration some of the conversations tonight. So around where we are around getting started and those kinds of things. So the calendar, for example, and the engagement piece in there is a little more updated with where we were trying to look to go next. To Board Member Craig's point, it's really important that we don't discount the demography studies because that is going to really paint the picture for us. In terms of even one of the things that you look at is birth rates. We start thinking about how we're looking at organizing the district. So that's just something that it's really, really important to the overall process and generally a space that we start in. So we're, that's one of the challenges with working with our team right now with the copper, because they're generally the ones that start that work. So we've kind of started it a different way and now trying to go back and make sure that those recommendations then match and meet what they see in terms of their study. So I just want to elevate that as well as we look forward to our discussions next week.
Thank you. Dr. Moffett.
Is this the demographic study, is this the same company, Jen and Jeremy, that did the redrawing of the district lines when we had this done before? Because that was kind of what we needed to happen on the west side that we kind of during the ad hoc asked the administration to start and didn't do. Is that the same information?
When we did the major redistricting to support the facility master plan, Matt Cropper worked for the Ohio School Facilities Commission, who they subcontracted to DeYoung and Associates.
Okay.
So DeYoung and Associates did their thing for the state. We had an employee, Beth Nagy, who did it for us.
Okay.
Matt and Beth worked very closely together. Since then, Matt went out and created his own company and has been working with the district ever since then. And he does a great job.
So would he be the same person when we asked for consideration to redraw the lines on the west side? Would he be the same company that would do that work? Because I want to make sure that we're not focusing on a demographic study instead of focusing in addition to what we've asked for, which was the redraw of the lines on the west side. So I'm not trying to create more work, but I want us to be very efficient. There may be things that we can do. And so I'm looking very forward to next week's discussion, but I also want to ensure that the things that we have asked for historically are being considered and done, and not we're doing additional things as a way to dissuade us from doing what we've asked to be done.
So I think you were looking at me to answer that. So we're not trying to dissuade anything at all. We are trying to be as efficient as possible. Because we recognize that redrawing, we know that our greatest challenge in terms of just the number of individuals is in our schools on the west side and in our high schools. But at the same time, there might be the need to look at other programming differently depending on where we see the largest population of students. So it's not something that would be the most, it wouldn't be the best thing to do it separately, because we have other issues to address at the same time. So we're not trying to dissuade. We just want to make sure that as we get the information, we're getting that information and giving it to you and trying to meet all of the additional expectations that have been provided to us around ethnicity, free reduced lunch, neighborhoods, and the programming and those kinds of things.
Thank you for that. I think my question still remains unanswered. Is the company that is doing this demographic study doing the remapping?
So nobody is
those?
doing a different demographic study yet because we haven't
Okay.
engaged in anything, but it is the same company that did the work before, or the individual that started his company from the ones that did it before.
Okay.
Jeremy, do you want to confirm that for the board so that they'll, okay, thank you very much.
Any other comments about ad hoc before we move on? I would just, as the old person up here, we've had a full historical generation of time pass since we did this across the district. So it's been more than 25 years. And we've had some adjustments along the way, when it is particularly as a part of the Facilities Master Plan Plus, where we created additional schools and school communities and drawing lines. And there's different rules and regulations or constitutional demands as we draw these lines. So I think demographics make sense. And the community has really expressed a tremendous interest and concern from a demographic standpoint, especially as it pertains to economic diversity. There has been a number of really good emails to all of us, I think, about the concern of the, when you're talking in terms of income disparity or differences, various sides of our city and our district, or some folks outside the city limits have said, hey, don't forget about us out here in the non-city 52 neighborhoods. So I think it's interface. The demographics will have to interface with the numbers and and indeed the stipulations that the committee kind of came up with regarding neighborhood lines and what have you will play a big part in it. So we might be seeing that contract sometime soon, and the work would take several months, you're saying, at the very least. Is that correct? Is that right? That the work would take several months?
Based on the, yes, based on what was,
Okay.
based on the conversation that Mr. Gullahue had with the team and other companies that we've just talked to that do the same work, they generally recommend anywhere between 6 and 8 months.
Super. Thank you. Then we'll move on to the other part there in old business. And that's the budget recommendations. Does the superintendent or treasurer have any new material to share with us this evening? I think there was a budget status document.
Yeah. Yes, there was. So 2 things. The first thing that we were asked to do in the last meeting was even the areas that we did not necessarily agree with in terms of the budget recommendations, we were asked to go back and put dollar amounts in those areas. So that is attached in the working versions of the sheet. It's in the budget document that you maintain, but it's also here as a separate attachment. So I didn't know if there were individual questions about those. We know that a couple questions were provided to us around contracts. And there have been some changes in contracts because there are some contracts that we had this year that we won't fund the same way next year. So I know at least one of those questions came up around too. So I didn't know if there were specific questions. We tried to be as specific as we could, or if the desire is for us to then take this document and go through it line by line. I don't know what the ask is for us, other than to provide a response in terms of this part, and then we can give an update on where we are in budget. I think you wanted us to do that next.
And I can ask the members how they feel about it, but just to be sure, we did have the budget status presentation, but scheduled for, not presentation, but April 29th, and it was based in part as of April 17th, this one. We have this, but we also have one of these working budget choices. I think it's budget choices working versions, where new numbers were shared, where there had been blanks, and particularly emphasizing where we had seen some no's, which is perfectly all right, but have those where there was not necessarily agreement with the administration, have those dollars been filled in?
So there are two different things that we're referring to here.
Okay,
The first is the budget recommendations that we have been providing, or the budget updates that we've been providing the board, where we put up on the screen and the board makes a decision on those. And then we've been updating those as we move forward.
right.
That's one document. So that was, you keep that as an active document. This one was a response. It's in, the reason you see working versions Google Sheet is because it is in that same master document that we're
Yes.
keeping. It's like the third or fourth sheet that's in there, so that everything stays
The
together.
now legendary format.
Yes, right. Okay, as long as we can keep it all
Living
together, we are
document.
see. So in this document, if you'll go down, Rob, to, and this is the same one that everyone has access to, and it's the same one that we keep online so that everyone
Mhm.
has access to it. If you go to responses to assignment, this is the response to the list of recommendations that were provided to us that included, and we can pull that sheet up as well if you would like, but it's the recommendation that was provided to us, that then one week we got the recommendation. The next week the next meeting, we got the recommendation with where the recommendations came from. We took that document, dropped all of those recommendations in here that were budget reductions, because much of what was there was not reduction. We dropped the reductions in here, and then we responded to each of those reductions. Last week, we didn't respond to all of them. We didn't respond to the ones that we did not agree with, but there were some specific questions that were asked. So we went back from our last meeting and responded to every one of them that we could give a dollar amount to. So that's what's included in here, whether we say yes or no. This is not at all connected to the budget recommendations that the board has been voting on.
Okay, thank you. To my understanding, I didn't think that we were having a line by line vote on these, but it is the opportune time to ask some questions and get some clarification. Vice President.
I just have a quick question. So I'm looking on the 24-25 budget choices working version Google Sheet, and I'm not quite sure, where is the link for the one that is pulled up there on the screen?
I'm sorry. I don't
Within, where's this one posted at? In Board Docs. So if I'm on Board Docs and I'm at number 3.
So if you go to, you're gonna, thank you, Board Member Lorowski.
Oh, okay. I had a question on number 9. I see that there's not a dollar amount, and I just wanted kind of a clarification piece on why there isn't a dollar amount and if there can be a dollar amount for number 9. If you could just explain that a little bit, please.
Sure. So we tried to add admin notes in the column
Yes, I
to,
read
to
those.
address each one of those, but instead of reading through the notes, I will clarify that since it
Yes.
continues to come up as a question. When I came to so prior to me, there apparently had not been a lot of conversation around how the superintendent organized their staff, as that's a part of a superintendent's responsibility based on statute, based on our policies, and based on the way of work in a school district. When I came to the district, there were 2 office assistants in my office. So I didn't need 2 office assistants. Instead, I needed someone to help me maneuver because I work full-time all the time. I took that position, took half of that position, paid for half of that position, added the entire position to security. So essentially they get a position and a half. The district car still belongs to the district. So when you look at the reason, it gives the breakdown for each of these. There's not a hard cost savings at all because the only budget dedicated to using the car for the team member is for that period of time. And the cost for the person who is still being paid by the district is about $24,000, which is less than I paid for the second assistant that would have been in my office. And I don't know that this would have been a question if I still opted to have two assistants versus not.
So I guess the question would be for the amount that you just described, would that not go into the zero amount still?
It wouldn't be a negative amount because that we would still have to pay for that person.
Okay. So where,
And the car still belongs to the district.
To
The
the
car is
district.
about $25,000.
that is correct. Okay, I just wanted a clarification piece on that because I saw a zero and I know that there's an amount that's being paid. So for the public as well, because I know that has been a question that has came up.
I have a question.
Dr. Moffett?
So since we're talking about number 9, I think I want to provide a little bit more clarity. The board discussed this about 1.5 years ago about a driver. And just for the public, your contract allots for a car allowance. We had a discussion around a driver, and then because that wasn't really in the contract per se, and then a car wasn't in the contract, the car allowance was in the contract. So there are 3 things that are happening: a car allowance, and a driver. And so the board had this discussion about 1.5 years ago. It was supposed to end, it did not. So there was the reasoning that you shared, and it was still discussed that it was, so I was under the impression, and I think a few others were as well, that it was supposed to stop. And so, or the driver piece. And so that's there. Not, I didn't actually put that there, but I support it being there because per the contract, it only allotted for one of those 3. And so if we were to do budget cuts, what would that look like if we took out one or adjusted the budget to match what the allotment was intended in the contract? So that's, I just wanted to provide that clarification. I understood your explanation, but I think that for the public, the reason why we continue to keep asking that is because it was originally set that that the driver piece was to expire, and it hasn't. So that's why I am curious.
Before I go to Mr. Lindy on that, on the next one, I just want to ask one question. Where we see ad hoc on this chart, the May 6th might help us have enough, or at least more information on this budget choices working versions. Because the ad hoc ones that are duly noted don't have, most of them obviously don't have dollar amounts associated with them. And so would is that part of, would the discussion help that to fill those in versus where we, and if we have yeses, is that something where you still need any additional direction from the board?
So if we go back to the document, Rob, if you'll pull up the document that we're responding to right now, we just put it in the same working document. We're responding to we're responding to this document.
Uh-huh.
We're responding to the section of the document that was the assignment that was around, that we discussed, that we would respond to around recommendations that listed as budget reductions. So when we go back to this document that was provided to us, when it says yes in the column in terms of admin responses, by the time we got that particular item was already done.
Right.
So it's already addressed in the previous work that we've done around the budget. So that's what this particular information is, where it says yes. For the other areas that say no, they have not been brought as recommendations from the work that we're doing around the budget. When we said no, we didn't put a dollar amount there. And then last week, at the last meeting, we were asked for those things that we could put dollar amounts for, if we would put dollar amounts there. And that's what we did on this one. So I'm looking for the ones that reference ad hoc on this document, because everything here was around recommendations. And the recommendations at the bottom were all on the ad hoc sheet. And so for those, it goes back to the same conversation that the treasurer gave earlier from the other document for those recommendations.
Okay, thank you. And you don't need any further direction where are the yeses, because that's already been put into place.
Yes, correct.
Okay,
And the board has already voted on those through the individual votes.
Great, thank you. Mr. Lindy?
Oh, thank you very much, Ms. Bolden. And I appreciate the level of detail. I also really appreciate everything tracking in this same Google Sheet. My mind is such, I can't remember all the parts of our conversations and our meetings since January, and it's nice to be able to see all of them laid out here. I just had two comments on the driver topic. I think what I'm hearing is that this actually saves the district money. I'm 100% sure it saves administrative time because it converts drive time into actual work time, which seems like a great trade to me. I also think it's not uncommon across other school districts, and I have no memory of any board directive asking for anything to the contrary. I think bigger picture though, I would call everyone's attention to the first tab in this very well-organized document that we have, where it lays out that our total gap to close is about $5 million. So I would just ask, as we started our meeting an hour late this evening, with the time that we do have, could we focus it on items that are of a magnitude that we would get to a balanced budget? Because I think a lot of people are waiting on not the administration, but waiting on us as board members to make decisions to allow people who work here to do their jobs for children. And so again, gap is 5 million. We started an hour late, would love to focus on the big ticket items that would get us there. And I think there are several of them that are listed in the unsupported choices tab, such that we could have a balanced budget this evening if we wanted to revisit any of this. Thank you.
Thank you for that point of order, and just a clarification, the gap is 5 million?
So the current gap, as we get ready to talk about the gap, so that's where we're stopping right now. We have gone back through line by line. We reviewed each one of the areas. We have determined that there was one area that we did a double entry, so we're addressing that. And and that was in discretionary. We wanted to also call out that we did add as a part of, you don't necessarily see this individually, but we added as a part of next school year, we needed to add additional autistic units as well as ELL units. So that's to the tune of about $2 million for those units. 11 autistic units we needed to add this past year, or coming up for this year, and 8, I believe, ELL units. And it's all in the general fund as well. So where we're looking to go to now, last year, if you recall, we started using a product called AllaView so that we could then put all of our information there, extract it from the information that's there. Where we're looking to go next in terms of getting to balance at this point is making a recommendation to central office that we do a central office reduction across the board by about 5%. Because that will then allow us to get to our balanced budget to address the needs that we have for also addressing the support that we're looking for our staff, as well as allow us to move forward as we prepare with trying to close the school year and open next.
Just to be clear then, the gap that we have based upon further review and based upon looking towards the future, the gap is not 5 million, but larger than
It's
that?
a little bit, I think when we did the breakdown, it was about 6. So it's a little bit larger than this. We also addressed going back through and looking at our contracts that we're working with as well.
Right.
Because as we were working with our preparation for how we're looking to take care of our staff, we were addressing that already as a part of the work that we were doing and thinking about moving forward.
So do we have a new number than 5?
So we don't have any recommendations that we're bringing tonight in
Okay.
terms of updating. So we weren't expecting to bring
Yeah,
anything
me either.
to vote on tonight in terms of budget. What we were expecting is to give you that, to share with you that update, to answer any of the questions that you may have from the sheet that we had, and then to go back to our staff. School-based budgets were due, I think, the 19th in AllaView, so they had to do that already. Now we have to go to the district office, and then it would allow us, when we come back, to bring you the exported information from the system. So that's what we're working through.
Well, it sounds like the chair and the superintendent are aligned as to what we are doing or not doing tonight. But so we are not, you're not anticipating us passing on any particular items because you've done this additional work and there's other things that are okay.
We're not.
Is that-
Treasurer, did you have anything you want to add?
Madam Treasurer?
So what we were doing was taking the current year budget, adding the recurring ESSER stuff, adding in steps, and then trying to get down to a revenue target. Now what we need to do is actually build the budget. With the schools have already done their part. The rest, everybody else has to build their budget so that we can get actual numbers to compare against the target. But what we didn't want to do was have everybody start entering budgets and then we have to start slashing everybody. So we wanted to give them very clear direction about what their targets were and why. So that we can make some of the more difficult decisions at the front end of the process rather than the end of the process. If that makes sense?
Does that make sense to members? We're good? All right, I think that makes sense. And again, we're not going to make any particular decisions tonight, but again, we'll have more information and some direction as early as May 6th or
The
thereabouts.
following week. The
Following
following
week.
week. We do believe, however, with the work that we've done and the work that we're continuing to do, and a lot of this at this point has been around looking at efficiencies, how we're really going in and looking at efficiencies across the board. Making sure that we are looking at how funds are being spent and if there are other ways that that funding can be spent and if it's still in alignment with where we are with strategic plans. So there's been a lot of work that's been done around that. We anticipate that when we come back, we are with doing this giving the specific budgets to the central office for what they need to reduce at the central office level. And we don't know what that's going to be at this point until they start making those recommendations or those reductions that we do expect that it would allow us to balance.
And I do see that we've, the board and the administration, the superintendent and treasurer are certainly doing everything possible to avoid as best we can, RIFs or non-renewals, it would seem to me, but if that becomes necessary, you would be bringing back possible non-renewals or RIFs based upon our needs. I have a question as to whether or not, can we anticipate there might be some?
I think at this point, what we really have to do is go back to the individual departments at the central office level and let them determine within their department what a 5% reduction looks like for them. So for some, it might mean that they have to do something different with personnel, which is also, we've been thinking through that all along. We have been right-sizing all along as we've gone through this process. And so we don't know that yet. There are a lot of the departments that have quite a bit of funding that's in non-personnel. And so looking at what that funding is in non-personnel, you may determine that a contract that you were using, maybe you don't need that contract at that level. So it gives them an opportunity to make some pretty strong decisions as a part of that, but it could be possible that we would be coming back with staff.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? I know that on that Heinz 57, as I like to recall, that those 57 items that were presented, there were personnel suggestions, regrettably, personnel suggestions, and I don't know if this is a question for the superintendent or a question for general counsel, but if need be, can those sorts of cuts, although we've suggested some, frankly, against our will, I'm sure, but is the board able to suggest such, maybe this is general counsel, if the board is able or has the authority, Mr. Hoyne, if indeed, God forbid, the budget requires this, is the board able to make those kinds of suggestions or recommendations and also follow up whatever recommendations the superintendent has? We're in a different atmosphere right now.
For RIFs, for a reduction in
RIFs
force?
Or we've done some RIFs over the times I've been here, very few, frankly, for such a big district, or non-renewals. I mean, does the board?
A reduction in force can take place at any time. There's not a specific time that has to take place. There are protections in place for employees for notice, right to return, et cetera, but
Okay.
that can take place at any time. A non-renewal applies to administrative employees of the district, and that has to occur by June 1.
And so if we are talking in terms of needing that to fill the gap or meet the gap or build the budget, because those are two different things, building the budget, that we would have a limited amount of time that we could,
Very
do
limited
that.
amount of time.
Okay.
That's right.
that's why I'm worried about the May 6th and, well, whatever. Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton. And you might want to stay there. I don't know. I don't know if I heard your question correct, so you can clarify. Were you asking if we as a body had the ability to offer suggestions for, okay, I don't think,
You didn't answer.
I don't know if that. Yeah,
The board makes the final decision on whether to renew or non-renew administrative contracts.
Right.
Those come with a recommendation from the superintendent, but ultimately the board has the authority to determine whether to renew or non-renew contracts.
I believed, and correct me if I'm wrong, so this is to you, that you were asking if we could make those
Mhm.
kind of recommendations.
Do we have the authority even to do that?
The board has the authority to determine whether or not to renew any administrator's contract. Yes.
May I clarify the question? I think I understand the
Yeah.
question that you're asking. So the question is whether or not the board has the authority to act on a recommendation that's not made by the superintendent. If the board has the authority to make the recommendation and then vote on the superintendent accepting that recommendation if it was not made by the superintendent.
Yes, I still believe that the board has the ability to determine whether or not to renew or non-renew a contract. If the board determines to take up an administrator's contract and says we are non-renewing this contract, the board has the authority to do that.
I think that's an answer. And whether it's a recommendation or an agreement with whatever recommends that the superintendent makes.
Thank
So
you.
do we know, I'm just curious because that does seem like it's a little different. So do we know when the last time is that that's been done in the district?
I don't know that it's been done in the time that I've been here, but I've also known where recommendations are suggested and then usually endorsed or agreed to or what have you. I mean, maybe Jen's been here twice as long as I have. I know she doesn't like to be reminded of that, but
If I recall, in like 2006, 2007 timeframe, there was an incident where the board made a recommendation outside the superintendent's recommendations to non-renew an employee.
and is that the same kind of is it a majority vote or a super majority or
Again,
it's the same?
the only issue that I take with, the superintendent makes recommendations, the board decides whether or not to renew or non-renew. The board doesn't make a recommendation, the board determines whether to, if the board took a vote to non-renew an administrator's contract, I strongly believe that the board has the ability to do that, whether or not the superintendent makes that recommendation.
Okay. Mr. Lindy, thank you.
I think it took me a good 5 to 10 minutes just to follow what that conversation was about because it is so radically different from what is appropriate. And I know I've only been here for 5 years, but I can't think of a single example when I'm here. And it's wild to me that we would, thankfully, nobody's recommending this right now. But I think the idea that a governing board would make a recommendation for how to organize and run and fund the district that wasn't coming from the administration that we've hired to do that job. It was such an odd concept that it took me a couple of minutes even to understand
Who was
the
it?
conversation. Yeah, so I would be opposed to that.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or points of clarification? Thank you, Mr. Hoyne. Appreciate it. So tonight, we're not making any decisions about the budget, and our gap is a little bit larger than we had hoped, but you guys are deep in the throes of fixing that and working through it. Is that a fair summary as you delve more deeply into this extended nightmare that we're going through? We appreciate all your work. We really do. Do any members have any questions or concerns or any points of clarification with anything we've thus discussed, or does the superintendent?
I don't think I addressed Board Member Moffitt's question because there was a conversation about the driver. The conversation did not lead to a decision, a directive, or a recommendation. So in terms of moving forward, I just want to publicly say that. I know that It has been brought up previously. I think where it landed was that it is my responsibility to organize what staff are doing and where they are doing that. The contract specifically is silent on all of those other areas that you referenced. So in terms of thinking about that, it's around efficiency. Some superintendents, and in this district, some superintendents have had other members of their leadership team to take them from place to place. And that's something that I opted not to do because I think that it's important that I not necessarily have the two secretaries. I do a lot of my own secretarial assistant kind of work, but that was a resource that I needed. So I did want to clarify that there was not a directive that was given on that. There wasn't a decision that was made on that. There was a concern that was raised. We addressed the concern and then we moved forward.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. We'll move on from that topic if we could.
I just want to respond. Thank you.
Dr. Hoffett.
Thank you so much for that. I do want to say that I think what we've discussed in exec session may have not gotten trickled down, and I apologize for that. But there was significant discussion around the driver, particularly now with optics of cutting security to schools, and then we use security for a driver. So that's concerning to me. It's also been brought up around an audit, verbal findings of the contracted amount, the car, and a driver. So we've had to address this multiple times, many different ways, but yet it doesn't surprise me that it wasn't given to you as a directive at all, given the leadership in the past. But we're talking about it now, so that's great. Thank you.
And I think we're going to stop talking about it now if we can.
Thank you very much.
At any rate, we, I think, can move on to announcements, if we could. Do any members have any acknowledgements or announcements? I know the superintendent has a rather lengthy retirement list.
Okay.
Tis the season.
Tis the retirement season, right? All right. Thank you, Rob. We'll go to the next. So for our certificated retirees, Patrick Branch, teacher at Juvenile Court, Deborah Britt, teacher at Data High School, Catherine Chandler, teacher at Midway, Laura Crystal, teacher at Evanston Academy, and Brenda Clem, teacher at Cove Dale School. Certificated continued, Kimberly Dawson, a preschool teacher at Silverton, Ann Franklin, teacher at Sailor Park, Vicki French, teacher for auxiliary services, Susan Grabowski, teacher at Kilgore School, Jean Handorf, teacher at Covedale, Terry Hart, teacher at Aiken High School, Jennifer Jones, teacher at Robert A. Taft High School, Cindy Kidd, teacher at Kilgore, Colleen Kling, teacher at Riverview East, George Consis, teacher at Walnut Hills High School, Lynn Maloney, teacher at Sailor Park, Leslie Moore, teacher at Academy of World Languages, John Ortman, psychologist for Department of Student Services, Eileen Paquette, teacher at Chase School, Donna Faller, teacher at Western Hills University High School, Trevor Pryor, teacher at Woodford Academy, Tim Rizzo, teacher at School of Creative and Performing Arts, Jennifer Rourke, teacher at Dayton Montessori School, Karen O'Donnell Rowe, teacher at Walnut Hills High School, William Schnorr, teacher at Walnut Hills High School, Schnorr. All right, Mary Schurman, teacher at Auxiliary Services, Stacy Shockley Matthews, teacher at North Avondale Montessori, Leslie Smith, a building sub at AOL, at Academy of World Languages, Kathy Venezia, teacher at Auxiliary Services, Deborah Wilson, teacher at Withrow University High School. Let's give all of our certificated a round of applause. All right. And now we'll go to our civil service. Nita Black, paraprofessional at Evanston Academy. Ina Brown, custodian 2 at College Hill Fundamental Academy. Stephen Brown, special duty police safety services. Patrick Bruner, paraprofessional, Department of Student Services. Paulette Bryant, paraprofessional at Hyde Park School. Linda Clay, food service helper for SCPA. Robert Cook, building engineer at Sands. Kevin Crockett, custodian at Robert Taft High School. Rosetta Davis, paraprofessional at Midway School. Krista Tanksley, a paraprofessional at Hughes STEM High School. Mary Lynn Tiffany, paraprofessional at Gamble Montessori Elementary, and Angela Toll, manager of accountability and student dining services. Let's give all of our civil service retirees a round of applause.
Thank you, thank you. Members, do you have any acknowledgements or announcements? Vice President, we'll start, and then we'll come to Mr. Lindy.
Yes, I would just like to give a huge kudos. I think the slides are going to be coming up on the screen here shortly. But I had the opportunity to attend last week and just give a huge kudos to Dr. Rudnick on doing just an amazing job recognizing our students at the CPS district-wide art show. It was held in this very room. There was not a seat left. It was standing room only. That just shows that the parents were very happy to come out and support their students. And also some staff members were also recognized. And so I just would like to thank everyone who made this possible. I enjoyed being able to not only see the art, but also to be able to meet some of the students that actually won the awards at the end. So let's give them a big round of applause.
Mr. Lindy.
Thank you very much, President Bolton. I have two and I'll go quickly. I wanted to mention that 9 CPS schools won what's called a Momentum Award from the organization formerly known as the Ohio Department of Education. I get the new name wrong. But the Momentum Award may fly under the radar, but it's a really big deal because what it measures is growth. It looks at where kids come in and where they finish and where is the most progress happening. And I'm going to read this list of schools for just a moment. Carson, Covedale, LEAP, Academy for Multilingual Immersion Studies, John P. Parker, Rothenberg, School for Creative and Performing Arts, Silverton Academy. This is a group of schools across the entire city of Cincinnati. It is a group of schools serving an incredibly diverse group of students and overwhelmingly low-income students. And we had 9 schools in CPS won the Momentum Award for the Department of Ed. We talk about a lot of things up here. I think the thing that matters the most is, are we doing right by children? And 9 schools won the state's highest award for improvement. So I just wanted to say congratulations to all the children in those buildings, all the adults who work with those children, our administration for their leadership. That's a big deal. So congratulations. And then lastly, I got a very nice note in a picture of the Schroeder Orchestra performing at the Ben Carlson Burns Scholarship Recital at SCPA. And the sender was just floored by how professional and musical the students were. I have yet to hear the Schroeder Orchestra, but I hope I get a chance to hear them very soon. And I wanted to say congratulations to them as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Ben Carlson Byrne Foundation does a wonderful job with all of our students and their musicality and musicianship. As Ben Carlson Byrne's teacher, I very much value this district and that foundation, remembering that great young man who we lost way too soon. Mr. Borowski.
Thank you, President Bolton. It's a good reminder, careful what you say about President Bolton because she knows and taught everybody or somebody they're related to about a degree and a half of separation. So thank you. So I am not a fan of nepotism, but I don't believe bragging about your son's school is considered nepotism. So I would like to give a shout out to Ali Rizvi, the resource coordinator at Hayes Porter. This was 2 weeks ago, and I was remiss in saying something about it the Monday after it happened. But he organized a walk to end gun violence, in the neighborhood, and it was extraordinarily well attended. Mary was there, President Weinberg was there, or Vice President Weisberg, sorry. And was anyone? I think you were the only.
No.
And board member Mapp was there.
Yes.
So thank you all for being there. And my family said we couldn't be there, but it was really well attended. The mayor was there. A lot of families were there. And at a time when we're being plagued by news, very depressing, sad news of youth violence. And in my real job, when I'm not here, I'm spending a lot of time working on that issue. It was really nice to see something positive, and the pictures that Ali sent me were really great. So thanks y'all so much for going. I feel bad too that I didn't text yours because I heard that and I was getting shamed that I wasn't. I was like, I can't be there. So thank you all for going.
Thank you, Mr. Morowski. Any other members have any announcements or acknowledgements? Member Matt.
Yes, thank you, President Boston. So I just wanted to acknowledge our partners at Cincinnati. Last Friday, they hosted their breakfast, and Dr. Cream and I had the pleasure of attending. And
And it was just a great opportunity to see all the hard work that they are doing on the behalf of the students to ensure access to post-secondary education. And so just kudos to all of the scholarship recipients, as well as the resource coordinators and the principals that have, really just impacted the lives of these students and everyone else that have put in a lot of hard work to ensure that our students have access to a college education and scholarships.
Thank you, Member Matt. Any other?
I have one more.
Oh, go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
did not get an opportunity to do my slides, so the slides will come on next week. But we had a really great parent engagement night at Madison Bowl. We had bowling with kids on this side of the river, and it was really, really great. Shout out to Chief Murphy and Rhonda Thomas. I don't know this story exactly, so I don't want to mess it up, but shout out to one of our resource coordinators. I think she was a resource coordinator. The family could not attend, so the resource coordinator brought the students to the bowling night from one of the West Side schools. And so it was just really, really good to see that they came a little late, but they did get a chance to bowl, and she bowled with them. So it was really, really good. So shout out for that really great engaging event. And I'll have the rest of my events with pictures next week.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there were some interesting postings on Facebook of the bowling outing. That's great. We've gone through the announcements and the old business, and now I believe the chair is yours, Madam Vice President. You are. No, you do that.
So I just wanted to really quick say thank you for the wonderful gifts that we all have on our wonderful tables here. So let's give them a round of applause. It says the Cincinnati Public Schools leadership team, thank you. The Early Childhood Department appreciates your support of our youngest learners. So let's give them a big round of applause. We are now at the item on our agenda for hearing of the public. Each speaker will have 2 minutes and will address the comments of the presiding officer. If you're online, once a request to speak has been granted, you will be invited to enter. You will click on the camera icon to go interactive, provide your name, your affiliation to the district, your school community, your topic, and your contact information if you'd like a response to any questions you might have. This request is consistent with board protocol, and we appreciate your help. In the unusual event that someone is not willing to follow this protocol, we reserve the right to end that person's time. Again, each person will have 2 minutes to speak. When the timer goes off, your time is up. Please refrain from discussing any personnel items. After speaking, if you're online, you'll briefly see the welcome screen again as you transition back to the live stream of the meeting. Finally, we ask that your public commentary be respectful for all listeners. And for those members of the public not familiar, the contract of the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers allows the president to speak last with extended time. So tonight we actually have 8 individuals speaking in person. And Mr. Wilson, I will just ask, how many do we have online?
We have 2 online.
So we have 2 online. We'll have the 2 online go first. And as they are going, I will ask for, hopefully I'm saying the names correctly, but you can come on down to the front and have a seat in one of the chairs. It's Sabin Johns, Roger Horton, and Moshe said. And last person is Sandy Bennett. And if I said it incorrectly, please just correct me when you come up to the microphone. So, Mr. Wilson, we will go ahead with the first 2 online callers.
Thank you. Our first speaker online tonight will be Flora Young. Flora, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Flora Young. I'm a CPS graduate. I'm a retired Cincinnati public school teacher, and I was at one time a candidate for the board. I am very pleased with the direction that the district is going in under the leadership of the superintendent. I realize that there are a lot of trials and tribulations as being superintendent, and I think she has done a fantastic job. I have paid close attention to what she's done. I want to congratulate the district on having the best high school, Walnut Hills, in the state of Ohio. I think that's an honor. I am also very pleased with some of the improved scores, percentage point scores in the district. I would also like to thank the superintendent on the meeting she had trying to recruit African-American men to join the district. It's unfortunate that I don't believe any board members came, but there were a lot of young men who were there who were interested in becoming a part of the CPS family. I would also like to thank her, and I think it's amazing that you go from a $90 million deficit to just 5. I need to talk to you about my own finances because that's amazing. And I'd like to thank you for that. And I know the public likes to thank you because we're going to have to figure out a way how to make up that difference. I'd also like to make a comment. A lot of you don't realize that when we, the public, sit and listen to the board members, we get a little ticked at the pettiness and the picking. You brought a superintendent in. As far as many of us in the community, she's done a fantastic job and we support her. But it seems like the people that she's supposed to work with don't.
Sorry, that is your time, but thank you so much. Next caller.
Thank you. Our next online individual is Clayton Adams. Clayton, please go ahead.
All right, good evening, members of the board. My name is Clayton Adams, and I serve as the Community Outreach Chair for the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I'd like to speak to you tonight about some further budget cut options that were not presented at the budget roundtable discussions. The first item that should be considered to cut is the Panorama Survey, a savings of over $221,000. After speaking with teaching colleagues about the Panorama Survey, the following feedback was given to me. Staff are confused about the purpose of the surveys and why do we as staff members never get to see the results. Teachers continue to be nervous about taking surveys because they fear retaliation. The contract says the Panorama will be providing the Panorama platform, interventions, progress monitoring, roster integration, program-based strategic advising, as well as in-person and virtual sessions for the 23-24 school year. So I've yet to find a teacher that saw anything out of the Panorama other than a survey. Is there proof Panorama has provided anything for this district other than the surveys? Another suggestion I have for an item that could be cut includes the CPS chatbot provided by All Here Education Incorporated at a cost of $110,000 per year. I have 2 children in the district and have found the chatbot to be a complete waste of money and time. The contract for this product states that chatbot will combat chronic absenteeism. I'm skeptical that a chatbot, instead of a real person, could be able to combat chronic absenteeism. So the chatbot is easily ignored because it shows up as a text message on my phone. Simply sending a text message isn't going to combat chronic absenteeism, especially at a cost of $110,000. Hiring a person to track down chronic absenteeism, would be a much smarter use of those funds than paying for a chatbot. So any amount of educational research surrounding chronic absenteeism will show that a chatbot isn't going to get kids to come to school.
Thank you so much for your comments.
Thank you.
Was that our last speaker? You said that we had 2, correct? All right, we will go to our individuals who are here with us today, present in the audience. First up would be, is it Sabine? Sabine, I'm so sorry, Sabine. Sabine Johns, if you can come on up. And then following Sabine will be Roger.
Okay. Hi, I'm a student at Walnut Hills High School, and though I'm not part of the club that was advocating for the energy resolution, I'm really proud of what they've done and what you guys have done. I was attending virtually on the meeting on March 18th when the resolution was passed. And I heard President Bolton ask us to hold you guys to the resolution. And so mostly all I'm doing today is just trying to keep it on everyone's mind. And I was really happy to see the energy presentation about energy reduction on the agenda. And then my only concern was that it's sort of difficult to find the resolution online. It's linked on the March 18th agenda, but that agenda didn't seem to be available on board docs. I'm not sure if that's right, but I couldn't find it. And then other than that, I just wanted to say thank you for all your hard work in keeping the district running and improving it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good evening to all of our esteemed board members and our superintendent of Cincinnati Public Schools. I stand before you to address a matter of utmost importance, the proposed merger of South Avondale and Rockdale Academy. While the intention may be to streamline resources and enhance educational opportunities, I urge you to consider the potential dangers this merger may pose to the safety and well-being of our students. Both South Avondale and Rockdale Academy serve communities with complex dynamics and underlying neighborhood conflicts. These conflicts have the potential to spill over into our schools, creating an environment that is not conducive to learning or positive student outcomes. The safety of our students must be our top priority, and merging these schools without addressing these underlying issues could put them all at risk. We cannot ignore the reality that the tensions between neighborhoods can manifest within school walls, leading to disruption in the learning environment, increased violence, and decreased academic achievement. The merger of South Avondale and Rockdale Academy must be approached with caution and careful consideration of the potential consequences. Furthermore, the success of any educational institution relies heavily on the support and involvement of the surrounding community. If the merger exacerbates existing neighborhood conflicts, it could hinder our ability to foster strong partnerships between the schools, family, and community organizations. Without this support network, our students may struggle to thrive academically and socially. As stewards of our children's education, it is our responsibility to ensure that they have access to safe and nurturing learning environments. Before moving forward with the merger, I implore you to thoroughly assess the potential risk and develop strategies to mitigate them. Our students deserve nothing less than our unwavering commitment to their safety and success. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Next speaker. And may I ask, how do I pronounce your name?
Moshe Said. It's a tricky
Moshe
one.
Said.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Moshe Said. I'm a community engagement specialist at Cincinnati Children's and a member of the Avondale Education Collective. I'm here because I'm concerned with the lack of public engagement around the potential school merger between Rockdale and South Avondale Elementary. These decisions will radically impact how children get to school, their experience at school, and their learning outcomes. And yet there has been very little participation in decision-making from parents, caregivers, and students themselves. A true, authentic engagement process shares power, asks for help understanding the community's needs, and then acts in the best interests of those with the least power. This is not the process that is underway, and I worry about the students lost in the shuffle. Despite the difficulty in reaching parents who may be distrustful, I urge the Board of Education to continue seeking out and heeding the wisdom of authentic caregiver engagement. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Sandy Bennett. And can I ask for Michelle Dunn to come up down, Brad Smith, and Abby to come down as well.
Good evening. My name is Sandy Bennett Petker, and I'm a 38-year veteran teacher, all in Cincinnati Public Schools, and a proud member of the Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. We keep talking about retention of teachers being one of our major goals, but we continue to see our working conditions decline. The delays in getting the budget to the schools and as a result, the delays in the transfer rounds are recent examples of the added stress and poor working conditions our teachers and support personnel are facing. In my 38 years, I've never seen morale so low and the district so dysfunctional and inefficient. It makes me very sad. I've been witness to many changes over my time, and I'm confused about the cuts that have been suggested and made. We are continually told that these cuts do not impact the classrooms, but these cuts have a direct impact on the classrooms, the students, and the teachers. Cuts that have been made include paraprofessionals, super subs, nurses, transportation, summer scholars, reduction in fine arts in elementary schools, custodians, security, even copy clicks. Really? These don't impact our students directly? Why are you, the board, ignoring the sensible solution of making cuts to our bloated, inefficient administration as you continue to chip away at the classroom supports which directly impact our number one goal for academic achievement and improve student outcomes? Please tell me and the taxpayers of Cincinnati when the real cuts that need to be made will be recommended. Imagine how many paraprofessionals we could get for one chief.
Thank you. Next up, Michelle Dunn.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Dunn with Cincinnati Federation of Teachers. I am confused how this executive team can talk about transparency and accountability when you, the Board of Ed, can't even get the budget numbers so you can make informed decisions. How anyone thinks a parent or community member can even engage honestly in a budget roundtable process is really insulting without the actual numbers. We have FOIA'd this team for all contracts and our requests have been ignored. But we got our hands on some numbers and we can see why they would want it hidden. The millions being spent on executive team PD is staggering. The millions to pay vendors for things employees should be doing is staggering. And yet you, the board, or the public have not been presented any of these spending options as possible cuts to close the budget gap. Instead, we've been manipulated into thinking and believing that we have to cut subs and we have to cut paras and busing and summer school. This afternoon, I found $4.9 million in cuts just in executive PD, comms vendors, and engagement platforms alone. We ask you firmly to reject any more cuts to our student services and instead look at, for example, the $4,000 we spent to buy stock photos, $110,000 on a chat bot that parents can't stand, $210,000 on a survey platform, $4.2 million on 2 out-of-town contracts for PD just for principals, $64,000 on leadership coaching just for principals, $15,000 on a social media listening service, and I could go on, but my time is short. We must have a truly transparent account of our students' money and urge you, the Board of Ed, to reject this team's prepackaged cuts and exert your statutory power
Next
and do what
speaker
you've been
is
elected
Brad
to.
Smith.
Thank
If you could come on up. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Abby Friend, and I am the parent of an 8th grader in the district and a member of the Cincinnati Education Justice Coalition and the Avondale Education Collective. As a parent, I am deeply concerned about the ongoing budget cuts and the changes that Avondale neighborhood is potentially facing around school consolidations. While I understand that the district has a responsibility to balance its budget, I'm saddened that it has so far disproportionately impacted students and educators in the district. The superintendent has come to the board with cuts to transportation over and over again while insisting she maintain a private car and driver, as if she's more entitled to free transportation on the taxpayer's dime than the students she is charged with serving, and without being transparent about the cost of those entitlements. We've been told that we must close neighborhood schools, specifically those in historically, systemically disenfranchised neighborhoods without adequate community engagement. Caregivers in these communities deserve transparency around all aspects of their children's schooling, whether it's the data points that decision makers are using, the timeline of the changes, or the way the changes will be implemented. It's not enough to say we tried to engage after people become outraged. It's not enough to attempt to convince communities that it's in their best interest. Parents should be trusted as professionals of their own experiences and their communities. I urge you to take their insight not only into consideration, but as the guiding light to move us forward. The students in our district deserve better. Our kids deserve every ounce of funding that we can possibly preserve for them. We must fight for a future where our schools are strengthened from the bottom up instead of the catastrophe that we're barreling towards, where privatization, a lack of transparency, and administrative bloat weaken our educational institutions from the top down. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Brad Smith, and then Julie, are you coming down as well? Julie Sellers will be the last speaker.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brad Smith. I'm a teacher. I am a CFT field rep. I am a resident of the district and a taxpayer. I want to just reference this chart that you handed out last time. And just wanted to point out that every time you hired 4 teachers in the last 4 years, you hired a new administrator. For every $2 that you spent to pay for teachers, you spent another $1 to hire some senior central office administrator. I want to point out that all of these cuts that you're proposing are, again, people who actually do the work in this district. And so when the district staffed our schools for custodians, they said every custodian should clean 29,865 square feet. According to the Common Educational Standards by the Department of Education, that falls under level 4, generally not acceptable for a school environment. This proposal also then said to increase the square footage by 10 to 20%. That would be an additional 3,000 to 6,000 square feet for our custodians who are already overworked. And then you take places like Walnut Hills that have an additional square footage with the expansion of the cafeteria. And now we might be jumping down here to level 5, which is considered not healthy for our school environment. So I'm really confused as to why we continue to cut things in the classrooms, why we're continuing to agree to these cuts that actually make our environments unhealthy because our students are going to suffer. And so I'm confused as, again, why the Board of Education continues to cut things that actually affect our students instead of all this bloat. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker.
Good evening, members of the board. First, take out your pencil or pen and your calendar. On May 9th, from 5 o'clock to 7 o'clock, CFT and CFOP will be having our retirement reception, and it will be held at the Baldwin Building in their party room. And that is always a really nice event that the retirees can attend. There are more retirees than what was just listed this evening, and so we're hoping to have a great turnout. The 9 schools that were part of the Momentum Award, all of these positions, all these schools have lost positions. So we can say, great job, but all of them have lost their math coach, their math specialist, at least one of their reading specialists if they had more than one. And so why are we making cuts to things that are direct services to students? And how is that going to impact us next year? And then I want to also then continue. This is the list of contracts. It's 48 pages. It's printed in a 2.0 font, which makes it really difficult to read. And in this, it's 58 pages. And there is, we went through all of it. It's an interesting read. The Saga contract is not listed at all in here, and it's a tutoring program. But even though there was another document that said that it was a cost of $48,000. So we have confusion on what documents we should be looking at, how accurate the documents are. And I'm just concerned that we could be making cuts to service that would not have a negative impact on students. So thank you. That's the Saga contract.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tonight's presentations will be introduced by our superintendent.
Thank you very much. As we get started tonight with our review of our goals and guardrails. So today we're looking at guardrail 2 and our interims, which cover discipline. In our next meeting on the 15th, we will look at guardrail 3 and our interims around communication. Next slide. This is the slide this is the guardrail that focuses on discriminatory and culturally insensitive disciplinary treatment that results in disproportionate punishment among students will not go unaddressed. So in this particular guardrail, the percent of K-12 Black, Hispanic, and multiracial students with a Category 2 infraction compared to white students will decrease from 15.4 points in May of 2023 to 12.5 points in May of 2025. Each time I share anything around discipline, I do have to acknowledge that we're in a space right now where we're seeing an improvement in overall discipline. However, it's still higher than we would like for it to be in terms of where we look to go next. So I don't want to discount that we have more work to do in this space, but we are on track to begin to see the decrease. So when we look at where we were this time last year in Q3, we've seen a 0.7% overall combined reduction. So that puts us on track. One of the areas to notice where we've had the greatest change is with our Hispanic population. And if you recall, when we discussed the last guardrail, we also discussed, we called out specifically improvement that we were seeing in the Hispanic population as well, which also calls out some of the work, really intensive work that we're doing in that space and the work that we're doing with our ELL coordinators. That's a part of the overall strategic plan process. At the bottom of this document, you're also able to see individual results by school. One of the questions was asked earlier, or there was some conversation around the differences as we think about where Hughes is versus other schools because of some of the work that they're doing around cell phones. You're able to see the difference in terms of quarter to quarter, specifically for that school. So I won't call it out here, but it does give you access to all of the data. Next slide. All right, and as well, this is our Black male students that have a Category 2 infraction compared to white male students. Again, not enough of a difference, but still a decline. As we look from the beginning, we want to see progress. We see progress, even though it's very minimal in terms of where we were in Q3 versus where we are right now. So we did see a decrease, but again, it's not as much of a decrease as we would like to see. Next slide. So I think our key takeaways, as we look at our year-over-year improvements, we see both relative equity comparisons. Both our Black males and white males improved in the category. And so one of the things that we talk about when we think about gaps assumes that one group is either going to stop improving or the other one is going to improve exponentially in terms of where you are. And I do want to share, as a principal, I would often share when things go really well, principals don't get enough credit. And when things go really poorly, principals get too much credit. So when you think about leadership and the work that you're doing with leadership, it starts with strategy. And as we think through strategy, it takes some time to see that strategy actually come to fruition. So when we talk about early indicators of success, we do have to give ourselves an opportunity to really actualize what those changes are. So the work that we're doing in the spaces around continuing to look at our code of conduct and the implementation, how we're working with restorative practices, the next step of the work that we do around social and emotional learning, how we're also thinking about cultural competency. Those are large concepts that a lot of individuals don't want to talk through, but it takes time to make sure that we're seeing the impacts. Continuing to participate in our cross-city collaboration sessions is also a next step for us. So while we are seeing an improvement in those key takeaways, there are really some strategic areas that we are continuing to focus on so that we're able to monitor that data. Thinking about some of the strategy that we've done, this is the first year. So being able to begin to see those improvements in 1 year of that strategy really does say that we're beginning to move in the right direction. And the last space that we are in terms of next steps in partnership with our disciplinary committee is preparing to bring to the board recommendations for revisions to the code of conduct for the 24-25 school year. So I'll stop there and open for questions.
Anybody have questions or needs points of clarification with the superintendent? Mr. Morowski.
You great, and thank you, President Mullen. Thank you for this update. And you may not have all of it fully baked or even half baked or want to talk about it tonight, but if you had any teasers about revisions to the code of conduct, especially as a former dean of students, if you can believe that, I'm really interested to see like what those are. I can assume that they all revolve around this idea of this slow process of training, this entire way of thinking and operating, which is, relying on the restorative practice piece and all, which a lot of our teachers have already been doing, but is that right? Is it going to be reframing a lot of or any specific examples?
So some of the initial call outs that I've been able, that the team has been able to share with me, we're probably about 2 weeks away from being able to actually bring a fully baked presentation in terms of what those recommendations have been. But it's been around 2 major areas. So first, it's really been around, last year we did the full revision of the code of conduct and looked at where certain infractions were and what infractions, based on what we're seeing in school buildings and based on the feedback that's coming from teachers or even feedback that's come from the union, of where we may need to look more specifically in areas. For example, and I'll just use this one as a minor example, all fights aren't created the same, right? And so a student can, they can get into a tiff back and forth, but that's a difference, and they stop upon command. Teachers say stop and they stop. And then you have other students that are more severe. So where do we take those things and make sure that they're in the right place in terms of students getting the right kind of consequences for those? The second is continuing to deepen the understanding and the training across schools around restorative practice. Restorative practices. I said from the very beginning, as we started having this conversation, restorative practices makes people very uncomfortable because they assume that restorative practices is devoid of consequence. Like if you're just doing restoration, then students aren't getting a consequence for something. So we really spent a large part of this year clarifying that, doing training, working with ALC, with the individuals in ALC as well, so that we're understanding the different levels of restorative practices, but also that you want to restore, and sometimes there's an additional consequence as well. So it's not necessarily just that it's always restorative practices, or because we are a restorative practices district, it does not mean that students cannot have follow-up discipline. I think the third, where we're digging in even more, is continuing to look at the data around removals and who is being removed and how that is showing up in the classes. Took the question that Vice President Weinberg asked before, so that at the end of the year, we're really able to look at the cross-sectionality between discipline, attendance, and student performance. So their performance academically, but also their performance on assessment. I think we know what we're going to see when we do that, but it's a part of our action research as we continue to go deeper around the work that has to happen in that space.
That's great. I appreciate that. And I was going to say the same thing. I probably have a pretty good idea of where those cross sections will be, but it's always good to know it for a fact and then be able to use it to explain, sweeping changes that are better for kids. So thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Other members have questions or comments from these presentations? Mr. Craig.
So I want to echo one of the thoughts around that Board Member Morosky raised with regards to kind of thinking about what those next steps are with regard to our code of conduct. But I do think one of the things is realistically, you can have a perfectly written code of conduct, but it's how it's applied at the school and how they view those actions that makes a significant difference in how we see those numbers come in and at. And so I think one of the things that I think will be helpful for us to, as we get longer in and have more time to look at some of these things, is also thinking about what are the conversations that folks are having to de-escalate a situation before it becomes a punishable offense or something that would happen that would result in discipline. The other one, though, that I think, at least from the high school level, is that some of our high schools are located in spaces where students can leave and go to other things, and some of our high schools are not.
Yeah.
And I would, again, having not really looked at the numbers fully yet, I would not be surprised if some of the actions that resulted in discipline also came from whether or not our students are on the property the whole time, whether or not they have access to other things, whether or not they're seen in spaces they're not supposed to be in, they're engaging in activities that are connected to the communities that they're in. I know that historically, that has been a large part of the problem with certain ones of our high schools that had immediate access to the community around it, is that there were things that they could then get into, things that they could then be seen doing that we don't always have control over as a district, right? We can't hold them in the building the entire time without, against their free will kind of deal in some ways that other spaces where there's not that availability. So I think it'd be just interesting to see also, as we're thinking about reshaping the district, as we're thinking about where we have folks at, are there other factors that might be attached to where the building is, where people have access to the building and those type of things that might be a part of what also goes into some of the discipline disparities?
Thank you for sharing that information. I think the other piece to add there, it's again, doing the analysis of as many pieces of the information as you can. But it starts with having the right data in order for you to be able to review that so that you're able to monitor whether or not what you're doing in terms of strategy is having improvement. So for example, we've heard a couple of different times conversation around Panorama. One of the things that Panorama provides for us is a deeper look at how students are feeling about their school environment, what's happening with them in school, and then across the board recommendations for how you improve in those spaces. There's a huge part around MTSS, which is where we're beginning to go next in terms of, we've been working with the teams around MTSS strategies, but much of that is also built into the resource that we are using in order to see the change. And so as we've talked about it before, we've talked about with the number of students that we have that actually are giving us the feedback on what they're feeling, it gives you in time information and by school of what needs to happen in that space. Our students feeling safe. And I know last year when we talked about the data, we talked about that it's a combination, not just whether or not students are feeling safe in school, but some of our students are not feeling safe on the way to school. So that becomes a larger conversation. But having those data sets with something that you're then able to do analysis around nationally with other students that look like ours, that match our demographics. I think the last that I would add to that, while we don't necessarily see it in this data set, another piece another population that we're having a lot of conversation around, and I think most of us would understand that it's probably still a byproduct of the pandemic, is our K-2 space, and in some instances, our pre-K-2 space, because we're continuing to see some pretty egregious behaviors that are coming from that population. So it doesn't necessarily show up in this data in terms of what that looks like, but the need for additional mental health support, that's some conversation that we've also been having at the state level because other school districts are seeing the same thing. So that's just another one of those points to pull in. The other one that was a key takeaway for us, and this is the way we think about being being surgical about the data so that we can then make recommendations for moving forward and monitor those recommendations and work with administrators to make sure that those things are happening, is how we're looking at changes. So whether it's the season, as you're monitoring the data, do you see something different? And most of us have been in the classroom would say yes, but do you see something different in the spring? We use the terminology spring has sprung, but what happens at those seasonal times? And then what do you do proactively so that you're not seeing those kind of movements as you're working with staff? So the partnership between our administrators and our social workers working together, the work that the support that our students are getting from mental health support, our social workers are also doing a lot around that tier 1 instruction for SEL as well. So continuing to look at that and monitor the work of the girl.
And I'll just add one other thought to that as well, is that, as we look at the list, it also is important to notice that certain schools have a pattern of having very low reported discipline numbers. And I think we talked about this initially when we were thinking about the goals, is that consistency in how, whether it's a great strategy that is lessening the number of students that face discipline, or whether it's just not being reported, is something we'll have to figure out.
The feedback that we're getting from our schools that are going, and I'd say anecdotal, because at the end of the year, we'll do a specific survey with just them to get more comprehensive feedback from them on restorative practices. But we used our cohort 1 schools for restorative practices training were the schools that had the highest numbers of disciplinary infractions. We took those lists, we broke them into 3. We had conversation with our CFT president to see if there was alignment with what we were seeing there. And we moved a couple of schools around, but that was really more cohort 2 to cohort 3. But what the schools are reporting is they are seeing a difference. They're beginning to see a difference in what's happening. And so as we look at our cohorts, we're able to see, in some of the areas where we're beginning to see small signs of improvement. And so that's something that's really important. We know ultimately it's going to take more time, and restorative practices is not the end all be all, but it gets us a place to start. Next year, we also want to do more work around the old classroom management strategies You know, I date myself when I say that, but Friday was my 31st year in public education. And so that's a celebration for me as well. And years ago, we started with Harry Wong. You know, you taught how to set up the classroom and how you structure the class. And we do have teachers that are coming straight out of school, or they're coming from other opportunities, and they need some additional support in that space as well.
Other questions, comments for the superintendent on this matter? I would just add, having attended the district-wide LSDMC meeting, I was very impressed with Hughes's presentation regarding the changes that have taken place at Hughes, and much of it crediting the existence of new rules, so fairly but comprehensively maintained regarding the use of cell phones. And I've heard that I heard the presentation, but I also have heard, anecdotally from different sources about the change that I think that has come over Big Red. And since we have a permanent Hughes seat apparently on the board, we're always happy to get good information. But it's a yonder pouches, or I mean, just concentrating on that has made a tremendous difference.
I would agree. I think though that it's important, and I know I shared the information as we've been kind of looking at, I shared it with the policy committee just to have some other discussion around it, because I don't know that it's the answer across the board. While we do look at the opportunity for schools to come together on consistency. One of the things that has come up is that even though we have policy around cell phones and when cell phones can be used, there's an opportunity to possibly do some recommendations and do some updating there so that schools are then getting more, they feel more comfortable with how they're organizing that structure. I don't know that the yonder bags is the answer for everyone, but giving everybody an opportunity to have that conversation. As we looked across the Ohio 8, there were several schools that were using them in the Ohio 8, but it was generally a few schools within the district that were utilizing that specific product. But there are other ways to do much of the same. It's just really making sure that we have a district-wide expectation to what that looks like, and that the schools are following through in terms of implementation. There was a parent that came to one of the coffee chats, which have been very successful, but came to a coffee chat last week. And one of the things that he said, his child is a 7th grader in one of our high schools. And he shared that in each of his classes, the requirements around cell phones is different. And so for some students in some classes, they can use them. In the other class, if they see it, the teacher takes them. So he referenced, at least in that one school, if we could have one, and his child is a 7th grader, but he said at least in that one school, if we could have one practice in that one school, it would make a difference. And so that's probably not one of the schools that are seeing some of the challenges that we've seen before based on me knowing what the school is, but there's still a need to make sure that there is an implementation of an overall expectation so that that doesn't become a distraction in class, because we know that phones can become a distraction.
Thank you. Then our next presentation then. Thank you very much for that answer.
You're welcome. Okay, our next presentation is our energy management, and our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Burkhardt, is going to come and expeditiously do this presentation.
I saw that earlier today.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Next slide. So this presentation came out of a lot of the discussion that we had at both the policy meeting in relation to energy, as well as the 5-year plan and fact finding that happened, as well as the energy resolution that was passed a couple of meetings ago. So as we talk about energy, Cincinnati Public Schools has a very vibrant energy team. Many, as you heard, are in the audience today. That team is made up of a number of CPS individuals, as well as 3 vendors. Our energy advisor is the utilities group. Our commissioning advisor is ZH Commissioning, and our building automation advisor is Thomas Controls. Next slide. Couple of things about what we try to do within our energy team is to provide a safe, comfortable, and consistent indoor learning environment at all of our schools. We have roughly just under 7 million square feet of space that we need to make sure are suitable for our students. We look at safety, we look at comfort, and we look at energy reduction. There's an old saying that says you can have it fast, you can have it good, or you can have it cheap. You can pick either one of those two, but you can't have all three. We're kind of in the same boat with safety, comfort, and energy reduction. As we look at safety and comfort, we may not be reducing energy. If we look at comfort and energy, we may not look at safety and vice versa. Next slide, please. Where our story started, so we continuously negotiate our natural gas and electric supplier rates, and that's done through our utilities group. Our energy costs come in two different packages. One is the delivery, which is non-negotiable and regulated, and also the supply, which is not regulated and which is at the retail market. The costs come through from energy and the capacity and the renewable energy pieces of this. So there's three parts to each one of our costs as we look at electric energy. If you notice in past years, over the summer, we've looked at peak demand and peak supply of our electric. We've tried to negotiate better prices based on reducing our peak capacity over the years. Back in 2016 and 2017, we actually installed some smart meters, which allows us to look at energy spikes, allows us to look at our energy uses in real time, which was not available prior to the 2016-17 school year. We're actually able to look at the root causes and problems, and I'll go through a little bit about that later on as we look at some slides. And then we're managing our peak demands through our alarms. If we see that a school is an alarm, we can immediately go and address those. Next slide, please. The facilities master plan started in 23 and spanned over the next 10 years. 86% of our schools were completed during that segment. Now, if you look at 2003 and you compare that to 2024, and you do the math and say that an average HVAC lasts about 15 to 20 years, you can see that those schools that we put in 2003 are already beyond their useful life. And that's why we're having to spend a lot of time right now with our 5-year plan, looking at reducing the number of issues that we have with them and replacing those. Each one of those schools use different mechanical design teams, strategies, and components. I always like to use the car analogy. Imagine that you had 67 different types of cars in your garage and you had to have parts, a person to work on those, and supplies for each or all of those 67, and along with each one of the parts that may break down. That's where we started, and that was our charge to try to right size. In 2017, we took a ranking of all the schools in relation to comfort, reliability, and energy. And that's what really started this impetus. In 2017, Hartwell School was the first school in our district that we updated our controls to be automated. Next slide, please. Not only was the automated controls an upgrade and recommissioning a success, but it also provided utility savings. Who would have thought? So in 2019, we formed the energy team. That energy team is the same team that I stated earlier. Due to the success of this pilot, we then went through in fiscal year 20, Jacobs, Euler, Sailor Park, Taft High School, Walnut Hills, and Carthage, and some also at LEAP. We funded these efforts through our annual power shutdown, and that's the demand that I talked about earlier. During the summer, we would shut down the district for 1 hour and realized savings for our peak demand. Next slide, please. For those of you who are not experts in HVAC, this is what our controls look like. It gives us an actual real-time, not only photo, but also key points on where each one of our functions are operating. So as we look at this, similar to the car analogy I used earlier, when you hook your car up, you know that there's a problem, but you don't know exactly where the problem is. These controls give us the precise place, and we can see in real time what is wrong and what we need to do to fix it. Next slide, please. We also receive a dashboard, and we have this dashboard in each one of our schools, and it shows us all of our set points throughout the entire district. I will say that it also displays our alarms in red. You will see that there is an alarm here with space and CO2 in red here. I will want to caution you that this was not an actual alarm. This is one that we fabricated just for this
Good.
slide. So please, no students were harmed in the making of this
I
slide.
was gonna ask.
But it does give us the ability to very, very quickly look at our dashboards. Our building engineers at the site, along with our central office staff, can look at these sites very, very quickly all throughout the day to see if there's something out of temperature. Next slide, please. So always looking at energy versus the indoor environment. As I said before, it's a slippery slope to try to get all three of those to match at one time. We did have, when we started this project, a goal in mind. We wanted to reduce our demand by 2,500 kilowatts. We started in a baseline of 16,000 kilowatts, and in 2023, we imagined our savings of we were at 11,800. So we more than doubled our savings of 2,500 kilowatts. As we looked at how this actually happened, luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. We were prepared due to the start at Hartwell and some of the other schools that as COVID happened, and let's make no mistake, there was nothing that came out of COVID, although it gave us the opportunity then to dig in deeper and have funding for the projects that we had already started. If COVID had not happened, we would be looking at doing our 15th or 16th school right now, not finishing up with only 7 left. So COVID gave us not only the funding, but the opportunity and the time to move this forward. We used approximately 9.7 million of ESSER funds to do this commissioning, and we're roughly about 75 to 80% complete. Next slide, please. As we talk about energy cost and shopping for energy, as I talked about earlier, the Duke price for a commercial operation right now is about 9.5 cents. Last year, we were at 0.0429 cents per kilowatt hour. We actually had to shop for our electric rate this year going forward for the next 4 years. And that came at 0.0596. So this year we have a blended year from half of last year and half of the cost for next year. So our cost for this year is 0.0479. By cost shopping, we're saving about $3.9 million by going out to the market and making sure we're getting the best product at the best price. Next slide, please. You can see over the years that our energy consumption has gone down all the way through 2021. You'll see in 2022, as we opened our schools, our energy costs skyrocketed from having our buildings shut down. That's for a couple of reasons. The first is, one is we were very concerned about air quality. So we were flushing schools much faster. We were putting a lot more external air into the space to make it safe to bring in. That also comes at an energy cost. We also increased our filters from an 8 to a 13. So the filters actually, although they provided us a much safer environment, it came at a cost for energy to get that air through those filters. As you can see in fiscal year 23, we're back down to a more manageable level at about $1.18 per square foot. Next slide, please. So as we look at the energy use index, and so a lower number is better on our energy use index. Before we started Hartwell, our energy use index was about 90.72. And as you can see over the years, we've dropped, and currently for the last school year, we're at 63.18. So by putting these controls and commissioning in place, we're actually making sure that our energy index decreases every year, and that will continue through next year. Next year will be our first base year in which all of our schools will have controls and commissioning. I don't want to mislead you to say that that's the end of the process, because as we started the discussion, we still have a 5-year plan to reduce some of these old units that were put in 2003. Next slide, please. Growth challenges. As we continue to bring on new schools into the district and add on more square footage of spaces that we're commissioning, we went from 6.3 million to 6.7 million square feet, which is a 5.8% increase in district square footage. But at the same time, our electric usage decreased. So although we are adding more square footage into our district, we are also using less energy as we do that. Next slide, please. And then this finally will show you another metric in relation to 2017. Our cost per square foot was $1.38, and now we are at $1.18, knowing that both adding on our more square footage and that electricity becomes more expensive every year. Even with those two things in place, we're able to offset both of those and show an increase of about 20 cents per square foot across the district. Next slide, please. And then finally, what does the future hold? The future of the energy market is very volatile and will continue to do so as renewable energy becomes more important in the marketplace. We are protected from that volatility for the next 4 years as we've locked in our prices. That did come at a cost of about $1.3 million. So again, to use the car analogy, the same car that you purchased in 2017 doesn't cost the same in 2024. So we've had to look at those costs and adjust accordingly. We also are minimizing our carbon footprint. With each one of the endeavors that we take on, we are minimizing our carbon footprint. The other issue that we also have to mitigate against are extreme weather events. And back a year ago in December, you'll notice Cincinnati had one of the coldest Decembers on record in recent history. And so we're also combating those high temps and low temps throughout the year to kind of offset. As we've talked about many times, the improvements that we need to make with roofs and door hardware and access control, all those will help us become more efficient. It doesn't help us to get the lowest rate on electricity if we have leaky windows and doors. So we have to make sure that we are being holistic in our approach. We're increasing our automation. We actually are we're implementing FMX, which is our building utilization software. We are hoping then to tie our building utilization software to our commissioning. So as someone puts in a request to utilize our building, that is then set up on a timer. And so when that individual enters that building, that space will be conditioned only for that time frame. If not, it will revert back to the dormant state. So as we look at all of our exciting changes coming up, we have a long way to go still, but I think we've made a lot of significant progress, at least since 2017. So open for any questions.
Thank you very much. Do members have questions or comments for this report? Yes, sir. Mr. Borowski.
Thank you, President Bolton, and thank you, Mr. Burkhart, for the presentation. And I just want to reiterate to you and to everybody for the 15th time or so how wonderful the process was from when the young people were here saying they wanted this to getting across the finish line in Policy and Equity Committee with the Superintendent, the Treasurer, you, General Counsel Hoying, the young people that are much smarter than me, not you, but me for sure, all there doing this together and getting it done as quickly as we did. Again, I'd like Ms. Sabine to know that it was the biggest difference in that process was you all being at that table. So keep coming, keep us honest, okay? We need your help. We appreciate you being here. Hopefully you liked the presentation. I certainly did. And the only thing I would add, because I was kind of surprised, honestly, that so many of these cool things were going on. We talk about so much stuff up here. I wasn't surprised I didn't know it or that it was happening, but it was a lot was underway. And I think the young people were too from Walnut at the meeting. And I'd love to remind folks that all of this too, and I don't know much about any of this, but I understand climate change and how it's a crisis and what we can do to mitigate it. But one thing I've really kind of dug into, and I've shared some of this with the superintendent, I know, and maybe others, the impact all this has on academic achievement for those who might be watching this and maybe aren't as bought all in on saving the planet from dying like I am. There is very clear data that shows the right lighting, the HVAC, all this increases academic achievement, reduces discipline infractions. And so thank you for all the work that you've been doing for this, and again, for helping lead us through that process. It was great. And then the last thing I would add as just a call out in the future, because Mr. Burkhart has reminded us time and time again in policy anyway, that some of the things in the resolution, it calls for spending a ton of money. And you can see we're prepared to do it. We're prioritizing it. But some of the things Mr. Burkhart reminded us, you don't want to go all in and buy the first thing that's available, like an electric bus or electric car, this kind of software, this or that, similar like when microwaves came out or answering machines. My family was the last family in Georgia that had an answering machine. My mom said, these things don't work. Anyway, that's how old I am. But I would like to, I've looked into this more and found, I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I'm glad that we're waiting, because a lot of the labor practices associated with making a lot of these electric vehicles are pretty terrible. And I'd just like to remind the board and the board of the future that when we adopted the good food purchasing policy, and I loved your slide about procurement and how you're being so deliberative about procurement, that, you know, we want to make sure that when we are purchasing these vehicles, et cetera, that we're doing it from places that are treating people well. And I know we will, but so thank you for that. And thank you for putting a pause on some of those things. You get all excited, like, I want to go buy these. And friends are like, have you read any of this stuff? And I was like, oh no, that's pretty terrible. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Mr. Craig.
So again, I want to thank you for the presentation. I want to just reference kind of three things real quick, and then I'll try and be brief about this. The first is I really do appreciate you stressing the fact that we have to do our infrastructure in order for any of these cost savings to be truly lived out, right? And I know you brought it to our attention a while ago, and I think it's something that we have to be thinking about, but I think one of the, in line with that is also not just doing a infrastructure plan for now, but it's doing the continuous infrastructure plan for the future, right? Because I think that's the part of the struggle we always do is we do the one-time infrastructure plan that gets us through 5, 10, 15 years as if the buildings themselves don't fall apart at some point in time, right? Or we always put it off, right? I think the other thing that I wanted to stress real quick is the increased automation. I think that is another key part to making our buildings more tech savvy and tech friendly, but also making our buildings more efficient and effective. Because a lot of times it's a man hour of bringing somebody in to have to turn on lights, turn on things, having to have somebody there with them while the stuff is on, to then have someone have to turn everything back off manually is a very different experience than having someone hit a button, right? Or those type of things that, but also it gives ourselves the ability to adjust when you describe things like weather conditions. We know that there's a bad weather day. You don't have to have somebody actually go to the building to turn the heat on to get the building warmed up and ready for students in there. So I think it's something that just make everybody work better. And then the third thing,
If I could I
Yeah.
just interject one thing? So what this allows us to do as well is if there's an override, for example, where we had a facility use come in and the custodian set the set point to be occupied, but then maybe forgot to undo that, we can globally from central office, reset all of those as well as look at those over, a night or a weekend and reset all of those as well. And so that allows us to globally, in a matter of 15 minutes, reset every school in the district to those points.
Yeah, and I think the third thing I just really wanted to kind of pick your brain on or get some thought around it is, one of the things that also is really beneficial to our buildings is how we get our energy And in order, so once we get our infrastructure together, then we're able to utilize some of these different ways of getting our energy better, more efficiently, using things like solar energy and other renewable energy resources in a more efficient way. But I think maybe you can speak just a little bit to the effective long-term benefits of that for the cleanliness of the environment too, right? So being in a school where the air is cleaner because you're using better equipment that's working more efficiently, that's pumping air in better, it just generally, to Board Member Morosi's point, makes the classroom a better space for the students also.
Yeah, a lot to unpack there. We are in discussions with the city of Cincinnati in relation to solar. So they're going to be putting out an RFP for solar. We're going to be part of that RFP so that we can see what's available and what's out there to see what if there are savings. To Board Member Morosky's early point, we don't want to be early adopters in some of these spaces. So we are diligently looking at what those options are. There are boiler chiller units out there that could possibly save us some money, possibly help our infrastructure. That technology is only a couple years old right now. So do we want to go in head first into technology that's 2 years old, or do we want to maybe wait a year or two and make sure that it's worth spending the millions of dollars we're going to have to spend to update our infrastructure? So we're crawling right now so that we can walk and run in a few years.
Mr. Lindy?
Yeah, I'll be very brief. Chief Burkhardt, I thought this was fabulous, really helpful and very inspiring. When possible, and I don't know that it's possible, it's, I think, motivating perhaps to some to compare how we're doing on various fronts to other districts. Is there any way of looking, this seems great. Is there any way of saying we're doing way more than other people?
Actually, there is. And so as we wrestled with this PowerPoint presentation, we actually had some data from some other districts we were going to drop in. We specifically did not do that because we didn't want to embarrass them.
Mr. Burkhardt is a humble man.
So I think
Mr. Lindy.
I think Chief Burkhardt, we get to have it both ways. We get to say we are dramatically outperforming other districts in America on our energy efficiency, and we get to do that without throwing anybody under the bus. And that sounds great. Thank you.
As we look at our electric rates, we are very, very competitive. And other districts, there isn't another Cincinnati Public in the greater Cincinnati area. But as we look at the state of Ohio, we are very competitive with our rates. And if we look at the closest school districts in Cincinnati that are either medium, larger small districts or medium districts, we well outperform them as well in a lot of these metrics. So we can definitely bring that up in one of the future meetings.
No request. I think where we got was great. I just think, there are a lot of things out there in the universe and in CPS that are hard right now. So it is nice to be able to sit alongside of that, the second highest improving math scores in the country, 9 momentum schools, better energy efficiency than many other districts in the country, over 95% of our buses on time. I mean, it is encouraging to be able to see the wins that are happening, and I appreciate everybody's hard work.
I just have 3 things to say. First of all, I like your attitude. We lead, we don't follow, so I appreciate that. But 20 years ago and 10 years ago, the amount of money that the taxpayers spent, $1.2 billion, 80% of it being local, to rebuild the entire district, building by building by building. So I appreciate that you are caring, and your team and this district and the superintendent are being good stewards of that original investment. I think that's very important, and I think that means the community values that. I think too, the other piece of it is I think that the district has taken some hits about maybe some of our ESSER spending, because I don't know that we've emphasized enough how much ESSER dollars we have actually spent on this kind of thing, whether the HVAC or other facilities piece, or even the new building additions and what have you, whatever we've been doing. I think that wouldn't be a bad idea to somehow kind of reference that to a certain extent, these particular kinds of costs. And then expenditures that make sense for ESSER and have saved us in the future. And I particularly, besides the forecast of, the last item is we want to be known for sustainability. I think one of the few things to come out of COVID was just the emphasis on air quality. I think is really crucial moving forward. So thank you for the report and presentation. Appreciate it, Madam Superintendent.
And if I'll just add one more in terms of clothing. So I do want to thank the overall team, the operations team. Their quiet storms is the best way for me to say that, because without them, much of the work that we get done would not be done. Many of them are here tonight. So if we can give them a round of applause, I think that would be great. I think the second thing to that, and I don't know if we saw it recently, but just to your point, we have really started trying to call out some of those things in terms of funding. So you may have seen, if you're on our social, if you follow us on social, you may have seen just a few weeks ago, we had a presentation or a posting on there that was about the HVAC systems. We had postings on there that were about the new security systems that were going. So there's more that we can do in that space to call it up. But for that very reason, we wanted to acknowledge that, but we also wanted to be able to celebrate our team and the work that they're doing behind that. So just wanted to share that out. Lastly, Chief Burkhart did week before last, I believe it was, represent the district because of the improvement that we've had in transportation with other chief operating officers from across the country with the Council of Great City Schools. And as I'm understanding from the feedback that I've received, not only was it amazing, but it was standing room only. And an hour later, he was still trying to get out of the room. So we are leading in that space as well. So thank you to the team for that.
All right, and our next presentation.
Who is going to be even faster than Chief Burkhart, our Chief Academic Officer. No pressure, but pressure. We're trying to set a. I know we're trying to set a standard here. Okay, so our Chief Academic Officer, Shakitha Butler, Dr. Shakitha Butler. New Dr. Shakitha Butler. She just received her doctorate about 2 or 3 weeks ago. So we give her recognition for that. Is going to do our presentation on early childhood.
All right, good evening. Thank you, board. Thank you, superintendent. Just want to acknowledge the early childhood team for all of the work that they've done in this space. As you know, our priority are our students and families, and we're focused on the mission of providing high quality comprehensive programs. Next slide. Our programs are all over the city. Not only are our programs all over the city, we have about 44 programs now throughout the city, as well as registration hubs, which you will notice those are the red triangles strategically placed throughout the system, throughout the city, along our bus lines. Next slide. Our programs are 5-star. Just as an update, we're moving to gold medal ratings. Of our 44 programs, 43 this current year were rated as 5-star. We had 1 4-star, but as of their current due review, they are moving towards gold star. So by July 1st, all of our programs will be a gold medal pre-K program. Next slide. This just shows our expansion throughout that we've been able to do with the support of our community through our levies and partnerships. So we've added seats each year, and this slide shows you where we've added the seats and just a picture of our babies to show you all of the things that they've been able to do inside of our pre-K schools through the additional seats and expanding our services throughout. Next slide. I want to point out that our seats are in 3 categories. We have a typical preschool seat, the Montessori seats, which are awarded through our lottery program, and our disability seats, which are awarded to our students based on evaluation that have those special needs. One thing of note, as you look at the different enrollment for those, the Montessori seats and the disability seats have a limited availability in full day offering. And so with that, there's a variation in families who have the opportunity to do full day. So if they're only offered the half day seat, that may have some variation in the ability to want to take the seat. Next slide. Again, as mentioned, these are where our registration hubs are. I believe there are probably about 3 triangles on the previous map, but we've added 2 additional at Cheviot and Bramble to be able to register our families. And so the beautiful cup that that we provided to you as gifts is also what our families receive when they register with us and become a part of our CPS community. Next slide. And once we invite them to be a part of CPS, we notice that they are staying. So you will notice that in 2003, we had less than 1,000 students, about 959 students who matriculated up to our kindergarten. And this year we have 1,078. Slide. Yeah. So we have program pillars, and I just want to talk to you briefly about what those pillars are and what they look like in action. So really foundational, we know that there is food insecurity and a nutrition crisis in this country. And so we work to mitigate that for our students and families, because if they're hungry, if they have other foundational needs, then it impacts their ability to learn. So we do make sure that we're providing health screenings, that we're providing food and nutrition for our students in the program. There's also a home to school connection as a part of the work, because in pre-K, this is their first opportunity to be in a school setting. So we want to make sure that the learning and the things that they're getting in our environment is continue in the home. So we make sure that through professional development of our educators and support staff, that we're able to make that connection and that the learning continues beyond our scheduled day. Next slide. As the superintendent mentioned in the previous presentation, or maybe 2 presentations prior, was just the social and emotional piece that's missing, because we do believe in educating the whole child. And so when we think about educating the whole child, we want to make sure that as our students are entering our buildings and they're starting to learn how to do school, that they are learning how to self-regulate, because they're little kids, but they have really big emotions, and their responses are really big to things. So we want to teach them how to control their emotions, how to regulate, so that they can get the most out of the educational environment. We also provide behavior support to our students. That is through, we have a full diagnostic team that helps with identifying students with needs, but we also new this year added a trauma psychologist position to help with some of those more extreme behaviors that we're starting to experience. Our teachers get support provided from the early childhood team in coaching and academic support through the CLASS system, which is an evaluation system that includes observation and one-on-one coaching for the teachers from our team. Next slide. So what has all of this done for us as far as results? As you can see, this report was put together, you probably received it last month, or the Cincinnati Public Schools, how we're performing compared to other districts. So our students, if you look from green up, demonstrating shows that they are demonstrating that they're ready for kinder, and the lighter green shows that they are approaching readiness, and emerging shows that they have some needs there. Next slide. And here, this slide is focused solely on literacy, which we know that we have a focus on early literacy. And as you can see, we are still, again, outperforming our other districts, and about 40% of our CPS kindergarten students are on track. This slide compares how CPS students are performing. Again, this is kinder. So how CPS students enrolled are performing compared to other experiences that they've had. So for example, in the table to the left of the screen, that represents students who have had an experience outside of our preschool program. So how do they perform when they come to our kindergarten? This could be no schooling at all. This could be a parochial. This could be any other experience that they've had that wasn't in CPS. And then we look at how did our students who were a part of our CPS community for preschool, how do they perform on the KRA? The table to the right shows you what's the difference in those experiences when we've had the students for 1 year compared to if we had them for 2 years, which would be ages 3 and 4, or just age 4, and those are the results there. So we get closer to a 50% on track, about 47.9 there when we have our students for 2 years in preschool. And lastly, all of this is done through our strong partnerships with the community and those that's listed. So we just want to give a heartfelt thank you to all of our partners. And with that, that concludes our presentation and we turn it back over to the board. How fast was that?
Thank you, Chief.
Okay.
Now, I needed another 30 or 40 pages. This will do well. Appreciate it. Comments, questions, points of clarification, Chairman Craig.
So one, I want to thank you on the expediency of your presentation because that is impressive. But two, I think the map that you had put up at the very beginning, I think is one of the things that we talked about in budget and finance with regard to preschool promise and our work. The real struggle sometimes within our maps of the city is that it's not just where we have a building, but how many people within that space want to get in that building, right? And so we have what like aren't necessarily preschool deserts, but end up being preschool deserts because the preschool and the pre-K is already filled up with the number of people there. So I think it is going to be really an interesting conversation point as well when we think about ad hoc and some of the other things that we're doing with looking at the demographics of the areas. But this one is a really hard one because I know of several folks who have struggled with being in a highly dense area where they're trying to get their kid into pre-K and it's just limited spaces, right?
Correct, because we see that on, again, because it can be somewhat misleading in terms of when you look at the map and you see where the centers are in, but some of the places where we have centers, we actually need more seats. Right, so in the west quadrant, we normally will fill up all of those seats and have a wait list, and then we would offer a seat to another area of the city, another community. And then I think about schools like Kilgore and Hyde Park who do not have a program because of space. And so being able to integrate those students into other buildings where there is space. So, you know, it's not always about the desert, but where are our families wanting to take a pre-K seat and is there availability for them to have that seat?
Other questions, comments, Mr. Morosky?
Thank you, President Bolton. Thank you for this awesome presentation. This is my night to shine, I guess, and talk about my son. Thank you. Thank you for the grace. Yeah, it's James's night. I just want to start by saying we couldn't be happier with the entire team. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege, which I do not do often up here, as people know, and just thank all of you. I know the process isn't always lauded, Ms. Brooks and doctor and everybody, but the process has worked well, and not just for me, but James's friends. And he already has told me quite adamantly that he is not going to high school and that he is not going to kindergarten and that he is staying at Hayes Porter in preschool with Alex and Bryson and Kanaya Fisher, who is different than his friend Kanaya. Anyway, so thank you. We feel really good about our kid being loved as much as he can be loved by people who aren't us. So thank you for that. And also, I was curious if we're going to have to change the name from Rising Stars to Rising Gold after this change at the ODE.
It's not in the plans right now.
Not in the plans. No, but seriously, and thank you. And Ms. Bolton's been talking about the preschool desert, so to speak, on the east side for a long, long time. And I know we're all interested in helping support expansion of that. And then my last question, or I guess my only real question would be, I love seeing the increase. It's pretty significant too, for the amount of students staying with CPS. It looks like about half. Do we have the ability and or the data available or readily available? I'm not trying to create work for people. This is really just for my own edification. I'm just curious of whether or not they're staying at the school where their kids went to preschool. So a lot of parents, you know, send their kid to a preschool because it's close to their home. And then it's a neighborhood school and then they want to go to a magnet or something. So I'm curious how many kids, I know like at my son's school at Hayes, most of the kids stay there, because most of them can see the school from the living room. Do we have that information?
I don't have it readily available. I can look into it
Okay,
because
and it's just, yeah,
sometimes, again, with the point that I raised, that sometimes there's not availability for them to attend a preschool that's connected to their neighborhood school. So in that case, the data is gonna look as if they're not matriculating to the school that's attached to the preschool, but instead reverting back to what's closest to home. But we can look at that and see where we can pull out those outliers.
okay, thank you.
It's one of the questions that we actually talked about when we were reviewing this information. So we do have the data, whether they're going from staying in their school, going up, or staying in another CPS school or leaving CPS.
Cool.
And so I think that that'd be valuable for us to review, and we talked about that when we reviewed the presentation. So
Yeah, and
I think that's something we can share.
cool. And if it seems valuable to y'all to do it, because again, just being forthright, it's really just for my own edification. I'm curious to see if people are just choosing to go here and then take their kids somewhere else or staying in the school.
One of the reasons that it's also valuable is because when you look at the data, we've been doing a lot of work this year around really understanding KRA and how our students really being ready, because we're looking at where they're coming in for preschool, but also their readiness for first grade, so forth and so on. And so when you look at the enrollment for the 2-year period in a preschool program, one would also believe that if we're able to keep them in the district for that same period of time, that we're also going to get them further along where they need to be academically. So it's worthwhile information for us as well.
Okay, great. Every now and then I get it right, or James does, as Ms. Bolton, I would say. But the last thing I would just add, tying in at the earlier presentation regarding mental health supports for pre-K. I have heard a lot of this in my day job life and some here as well, but it's kind of alarming how much I hear about it in rooms with people who are not educators predominantly. The rise in gaps in preschool. I mean, for years, we were talking about the kindergarten gap between those who have and those who don't, and Black people and white people, because of the racist systems in our country. And now, so we get universal pre-K and we'll get it. And thankfully, we at least have mandatory kindergarten in this state. Next door in Indiana, they don't even have compulsory kindergarten. That being said, I just wanted to highlight that too. And I know we're doing a lot there. And again, not to keep bringing up, my kid comes home with things that look really, really beneficial for him and probably more for his classmates. He has a lot of privilege, my son does, and he'll probably always be okay. But I'm just want to say I'm grateful too to the ECE team for focusing on that as well, because we're starting to see gaps in preschool, which is, again, alarming. So.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Yes, Dr. Moffat.
So I apologize for having to step out and go check on our other board member, but I want to say thank you for this presentation. Thank you to Vera and her team. I call that the land of the littles, because they have got some cool toys over there in that department that our kids are playing with. I have, besides my kudos, I have a question, a couple of questions, and then a comment. What is our enrollment at Bramble expected for next year? Did you say that I missed?
No, I didn't give enrollment by preschool program. We can.
So I'm just wondering, are we increasing? Do we see that it's going to increase? Okay.
We're adding additional classes to Bramble, yes.
Okay, so that's great. And then I had an opportunity to attend a luncheon where the governor was speaking, and he said that he's also supporting the preschool initiative. So I was super excited about that. And I want to just tell this really quick. Yeah, give us some money, of course. But my granddaughter is at North Avondale and having a wonderful time. And when she first started school, she didn't know what school she went to. So I said, "You're at North Avondale Montessori." And she calls this building and CPS the building with the hands on it, because our logo has hands on it. So we went to read across Madisonville. She talked to the mayor, and the mayor said, "Well, hello, what's your name?" And she said, "Skylar." And he said, "Well, what school do you go to?" She said, "I go to North Avondale Montessori. It's the building with the hands." So I'm saying that to say our kids are super, super proud of being in school. And that is definitely coming from the experiences that they are getting at the school. So thank you. I can speak firsthand that it is working. and encourage all of our families who are not seeing a preschool to definitely get in one. So thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? I would just add just a couple of things. We have a very long history of providing for kindergarten, a half day, full day, more than any other district in the tri-state area and probably in the state. But we also have a long, long history of Head Start participation. On these numbers, how does Head Start impact any of these particular numbers? Are we aware? I know that it's
In our availability or?
yeah, availability, or how many of our kids in preschool are kind of Head Start kids, or I mean, we have that data, I'm sure, but that might be interesting. I'm
Okay.
not asking a question, but yeah, if you're right, that'd be great. The other piece is, it looks like with the 3/4 from ad hoc, it might not be a bad idea to have an enrollment facility or team over on the east side. And can you tell me these other cohort members, sort of these other districts that we're kind of comparing ourselves to? We're looking good in that realm. Be interesting too to know how many actual seats they do have, even though they're smaller. Some of them are smaller, one of them might be bigger or whatever, like Columbus. I'd be curious to see of these districts, the number of children that are actually in preschool in those districts. I bet you we hang in there with anybody, including Columbus, based upon, I mean, Madam Superintendent, do you have any idea?
I would like for us to pull the data specifically, but just from conversation with colleagues, we have something that many of the others don't, and that's the work that's done by support of our taxpayers through Cincinnati Preschool Promise. And so that offers the opportunities for additional seats. This year, the governor also, if you'll notice, we're adding, I think, 61 additional seats this year, but there's also been a change at the state level with the poverty rate. And so it also offered opportunity for more students to be eligible, you know, in terms of that as well. So we can get the data, you know, and
That'd be great.
cross-referencing it. Much of this information is also on the due site. So it's a matter of us going in to see what information we can pull from there also.
That would be great. One thing, if the governor wanted to help us out, because they never really helped us very much with kindergarten for about 50 years. Here, our taxpayers put that bill completely in the state. It'd be great to have preschool children count towards our funding. Not just, I mean, Madam Treasurer,
We agree.
Superintendent.
We both agree.
Oh, wow.
We both agree.
So it's to the mic. It was great. So, because they don't, right? It just is K-12, what is
It's
how do
K-12 plus preschool disabilities, and there's about 210, if I'm not mistaken. Or, so they get funded, but not regular ed.
maybe we could get our lobbyists to help with some sort of special arrangement, since they're so supportive of what we do. Okay. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation. Now I think we have concluded the presentations, Madam Superintendent. And I think, as we mentioned earlier in the meeting, we've moved the superintendent's recommendations and the treasurer's report, at least for this month and probably for the next, probably through June, just because of the time of the year it is in school business. Superintendent, you have recommendations to share with us?
I do. I have one in terms of an addition to the superintendent's report.
Okay.
It's around the agreements that we've done with our collective bargaining teams. Give me just a minute because I want to say it specifically
Oh, sure.
accurate. Okay, so that we can capture this for the record. So for the superintendent's report, I'm requesting to amend the report to add extension agreements of the district's collective bargaining agreements with 5 unions. The district has reached tentative 1-year extension agreements based on the current terms of the collective bargaining agreements, with cost of living adjustments of 2% to be added to employees' base salaries and the contract salary tables I request the board to approve, and I should say select contract salary tables. I request the board to approve the tentative agreements with CFT, CFOC, CAS, ASME, and the building trades. I will also note that this does not include the non-repped individuals, and we will look to bring that back to the board at a later time.
Thank you. So, hearing that, do I have a motion to approve the superintendent's revised recommendations?
So moved. as
Thank you,
revised.
Mr. Morosky.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, thank you, Dr. Moffett. Is there discussion regarding the superintendent's recommendations? Mr. Lindy?
Thank you, President Bolton. I wanted to say, I appreciate the ad from the superintendent, and I wanted to say that I support the 1-year renewal agreements. And I support doing a 2% COLA for those, and really for all of our unions. But I'm going to be voting no just on that provision this evening, and I wanted to explain why. So just to zoom out and share my perspective on what's happening here, we have a $6 million gap in our budget that we have not closed. And what's on the table in this addition is now adding additional spending when we have not balanced our budget to begin with. There may be rifts coming. There may be rifts coming for some of the very members of these unions that this proposes a COLA for. That seems strange to me, and the timing seems wrong. From my perspective, and again, I support these, and I would like us to find a way to do them. But the responsible adult thing to do is to wait to pass raises until we have balanced our budget. I do not understand the timing on this request. And I think that we could vote in favor of it very quickly after we have done what our job is, which is to make sure we're not spending more money than we're bringing in. And I would be very, very happy to vote in support of this provision were this to come back to our board after we have balanced our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindy. Are there other comments or issues to address or discussion of the superintendent's revised recommendations? Madam Superintendent.
I would just add, and thank you, Board Member Lindy. I would just add that this recommendation has been moved forward at this point in individual consultation and having conversation with the will of the board in terms of that. And also recognizing that as we have been working to balance the budget, I think that you've heard me say in several of the meetings that we have done that. The term that I've used is that we have done that with our employees in mind. And so thinking about that as we're looking to move to balance, we have thought as we are going through that process, how we take care of our employees at the same time. While some of the things you reference may actually be accurate, if that may be where we end, but it does give them a sense of peace of mind for where we are right now. So just wanted to respond.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Mr. Morosky.
Thank you, President Bolton, and thank you, Mr. Lindy and Superintendent, for adding the item in. I would just say for my part, the reason I will vote yes on this is because while it looks like potentially there could be rifts or layoffs, it's been mentioned a lot of times tonight. I think people probably intuited that on their own without us having to say it. I personally and professionally believe that an agreement that we reached with 5 of our collective bargaining units to delay negotiations for a full year and take a 2% COLA, which I'd like to give them more, and I'm sure wouldn't speak for them. I'm not that stupid, but I'm sure they'd like more. I think is a good example of meeting halfway. I think our collective bargaining units understand we're in a really difficult position, and they're in our buildings every day with our students, and delaying this anymore to me seems irresponsible, at least on my part. I totally hear what Mr. Lindy's saying, but I would just add, we're not going to be out of this budget crisis next Monday either, or even maybe the week after that. And it's a hard reality. I've said it up here before, and I'll say it at least one more time, that we're elected to make decisions other people don't want to make. Part of me does want to make this decision. Part of me understands and appreciates why it's difficult to do, but I believe our employees deserve this 2%. I believe they deserve more. And I certainly don't believe that they deserve to keep waiting for it, especially since we've all agreed to delay negotiations for an entire year. So
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Any other comments? Any other points of discussion regarding the superintendent's revised recommendations? We have a move and a second, and we've had discussion. Call for the vote. Madam Treasurer.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Can I vote yes on everything except for the addition? Or do I'll just vote no. That's fine, thanks.
Miss Mapp, sorry. He threw me, I'm sorry.
Okay, yes.
That's what happens when you leave the chair.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. Thank you all. Do I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report, or does the treasurer have anything to add or revise regarding the report?
No, ma'am.
All right, then do I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, Finance
Second.
Chair,
Second.
and Dr. Moffat.
I just second.
Okay. Do we have any discussion regarding the treasurer's report? Seeing, hearing none, let's vote.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Miss Mapp,
Yes.
Dr. Moffat,
Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. We have a proposed, thank you all, we have a proposed consent agenda. It's been distributed. Treasurer Wagner, if we please have any exceptions to be made to any of these items, please be the record keeper, if you will, for those. I've been informed that by law, not by law, but by parliamentary procedure, I'm supposed to at least reference the major portions of the consent agenda to share with the public. One is the approval of revised minutes from 2023. That's the minute audits that some of you are familiar with. Another is the approval of minutes for 2024. And then we have the following in Part C, resolutions. One regarding membership in the Ohio Athletic Association. One is a resolution adopting new board policy regarding crowdsourcing, and the other is resolution approving students eligible for subsidy. Do board members or the superintendent or treasurer or anyone have any exceptions to the consent agenda? Ms. Matt?
My only exception is just to abstain from the approval of revised minutes.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that in here? Approval of what?
Of the revised minutes, I just wanted to abstain.
Got it.
Okay, you're going to abstain, but do you want to make an exception? Do we need to talk about which one it is or something? Okay.
Just all of them, 1 through 11.
Okay, so when we, that'll be voting against that, all right? Abstaining, excuse me. Consideration and acceptance, we've made that one exception for that particular purpose. And that being the case, do I have a vote to accept the consent agenda, vote for the consent agenda? With the exception made.
So moved.
Okay. We have a
Second.
Second. And so we'll vote.
Mr. Craig,
Yes.
Mr. Lindy,
Yes.
Miss Mapp,
Yes. Wait,
Dr. Moffat,
yeah, wait.
Yes, with the
She-
exception.
Okay. Yes.
Mr. Morosky,
Yes.
Vice President Weinberg,
Yes.
President Bolton.
Yes. We'll move on, discussion and status. So let's see, need a motion. Oh, wow. No, we don't need a motion. We're moving on now to inquiries and updates. As we move on to inquiries and updates, Board Member Moffat, you've introduced or have a question or an inquiry.
So-
Would you share that with us?
I did, and I think that the board members have all received it. I just attempted on multiple occasions to enter one of our buildings for a performance, and access was denied. It had been previously granted the week before. I have never had a problem with my badge access previously. I have been with other board members their access was granted, mine was not. I have been with other employees and or volunteers. Access was not denied, mine was. So I brought this up. I think it has since been fixed, but just wanted to clarify. To my knowledge, for the previous few years, board member access was not Monday through Friday during business hours. It has been, I guess 24 hours a day. I've never had a problem attending a performance on the weekend or in the evening. I was at North Avondale Montessori on a Saturday to celebrate their volunteers. So there are times when this has been the need and access was denied specifically for me, but I believe that we've gotten that at least addressed, and I've sent an email back for responding.
Thank you. Superintendent, do you have a comment?
I do, and thank you, Board Member Moffitt. So the first thing that I would like to comment is the information that we receive comes through the security team. And so the information that I shared back with the board was based on what the security team provided. And in terms of what was shared, the person that actually is in the security team, Ms. Nancy Young, who's been there for a period of time, is the one that has helped to give information around what the historical practice has been. I think what has occurred is there, in terms of the information that we received last year around the badge audit, I think we recall that our internal auditor did some work for us around the badge audit. There was a badge that was replaced. When that badge that was replaced, the Board Member Moffitt went into a different group in terms of access. Prior to that, based on Ms. Young and historically the security team, obviously I was not here, and so I'm giving the information as was shared with me, but we do have dates of entry and those kinds of things. Prior to the class of 2022, which included Board Member Moffitt, Vice President Weinberg, and Board Member Craig, board members had been given, and the board members that are here can verify that or not, but board members had been given Monday through Friday access to schools, which was the school-based access and not the facilities access, which was a 24/7 access 7 days a week. When Board Member Moffitt's badge was updated, she was put in the group with all of the other board members. And so the date that it was changed for Board Member Mapp and President Bolton was on January the 18th, which put them in the same group as the updates were happening. And for Board Member Moffitt, it was changed on March the 18th, and all of this is of 2024. I think the thing that I want to make certain that we address is this was not direction by anyone. It was not information that was provided by anyone. It was trying to be responsive to the audit that we had received and making certain that we have groups that have expectations for what they receive so that when things change, those individuals just go into those groups. And so prior to that, prior to the 18th, for example, and Board Member Moffitt is correct because those 3 individuals had full access, like facilities access 24 hours a day. So Board Member Moffitt was able, for example, on the 21st of October of 2022 at 9:07 p.m. go into withrow, or SCPA at 6:58 p.m. December the 3rd of 2022. And SCPA at 9:49 on January the 6th of 2023. So there was some opportunity for access during those times. And when the updates happen, the updates put you in a different category. So at this point, all of the board have been given facilities access, full facilities access, which means you have access to all of the facilities in the district, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I don't know the necessity of the board to have that, or if that is something that the board requests or requires. But as of this request or as of this concern, we did update so that every board member has the same access. So just wanted to address that and would like to know if that is the will of the board, that we can continue to do that in a 24/7 kind of scenario.
Thank you for that update. Thanks for bringing it to the board. Any comments, issues? Mr. Lindy?
I mean, just the only access I need is to the Ed Center. Thank you.
Other board members? yeah, we can move on. So,
I would like that clarified though, because right now we have it updated, so we need to make sure that we give that information to our security team. If we're gonna leave it that way, it's perfectly fine with me, but I just want to know that that's what we want. So that moving forward, as board members change, the same thing happens for them, so that they receive 24/7 access to all of the school facilities in the district.
Vice President?
I'm going to speak personally, but then I'm going to also address my colleagues. I think it's fine to leave it at the 24/7. If my colleagues do not want to use it, then they don't have to use it. But I know for me, there are times that I want to come into the board office and it's not within the time frame, and I don't feel that I have to ask someone to say, hey, I want to go to my office. So I would like it left at the 24/7, please.
The Ed Center was always different, and
Okay.
even coming in, you have to have a key. It has to be unlocked, or you have to have a key code to
just
get
have
in.
the-
Your badge
Yep.
alone doesn't code it out.
Well, the badge works, I think.
It does work. It
Yes.
does get you in, so someone has already
Mhm.
coded in order for it not to go off.
Yes, and I learned how to do that. Thank you.
Any other members have any comments? I do think access to schools is important from a standpoint of performances and appointments or what have you. I think that's reasonable. I would really suggest no one ever enter as a person that had to secure buildings for about 30-some years in another school district. I think, I'm not sure about 24/7, but 7 days a week during times that you would have either school or performances, it makes sense, because I'm not one of these that make as many wonderful efforts to be everywhere as many of my school board members do. And I appreciate them wanting to do it. And I don't want them to be unable to get into a building when people say, oh, that's a board member. So, I mean, I think, I'm not too sure about 24, but I do think on a 7 sort of thing of work day and evening.
So that we have clarity, because we want to make sure that it's updated and corrected. So 7 days, what does that time period look like, so that we can put it in the system, so that we're not coming back to revisit it again, and that board member Moffitt doesn't have an issue getting in another school building
I think we're.
or parking
good.
facility?
Mr. Craig?
I think maybe what would be the better, I mean, I think keeping 24, where it is now, I think it's fine to keep it there. I think maybe what we can figure out as a board is kind of also protocols for with regard to going in and out at certain times and that kind of deal. To President Bolton's point, I don't know that the keep card is what is the problem as much as if someone's going in at 2 a.m. You might want to figure out like why they're at why are you over at Roberts at 2 a.m., right? Like but I think that's the reality, is just how do we use the access that we have is maybe more important than per se limiting in the system, because I do think that may create more trouble in trying to figure out if that adjusts later, or if that has to be figured out later.
And this just goes along with the systematizing that we're looking to do across the district, so that anytime there is a change, we're not looking to, and it's across systems, that we're not looking to change individuals. They go in a group, they're scheduled for a time, and then we don't have to have, those level of concerns or just consternation because there may be a concern.
Superintendent, you have enough information that we can move on?
I think I do. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. I have a inquiry and update, and mine is specific to, and we kind of touched on this 2 weeks ago or whenever it was. I continue to get some concerns, especially from Children's Hospital and some of our other health providers regarding when RFPs are going to be let for RNs and LPNs. I'm particularly interested too in when those things might be happening, or are they already happening for virtually all of our health services with our more normal or traditional partners, as well as other vendors offering the similar services.
So I think we're referring to our nursing RFP.
Mostly.
Yeah, okay, so the nursing RFP is out there, and responsive have started to come in for that. We are anticipating bringing the partners to the board at the May 6th meeting.
Okay.
For the
so-
RFP.
So the RFP or what, okay, is out there.
The RFP is not only out there, the RFP is open and we've
Response.
started to receive the responses. For example, the health department has already responded and told us what they're able to do and what they're not able to do. Tri-Health has already responded. So there are some other partners that have also responded. And so as we look at what the board approved around the combination of services, we will be bringing back more than one partner to get those services addressed. And we'll be making contact, the procurement team actually will be making contact with them this
That's
week.
great.
And then we would look to bring it to the board on the 6th.
That's great. And I think the interest is I'm hearing from the Growing Well people were, for the most part, those sorts of health services, particularly for whether it's Children's Hospital or whether it's Cincinnati Health Department. That's great. Thank you for that information. Appreciate it. And then Board Member Moffett, I'm going to suggest that you have something to share with us, and I'm going to suggest that you be the person that presents it, and also, if it's okay with the board, act in your capacity as with Member Mapp, liaison with the group that we're talking about for Hamilton County.
So there, as a representative, as the liaison for the Hamilton County Addiction Response Coalition, they have asked for a letter of support from the district. Okay.
You go ahead.
And
Thank you.
that is, I'm bringing this back as a request from that commission. And the letters have been posted to board docs. Excuse me, in summary, there are two. In summary, the last paragraph of the first says that the CPS Board of Education remains dedicated to seeing the Hamilton County Office of Addiction Response succeed in this effort. And the office has made significant progress in addressing the addiction crisis, but there is still work to be done. They are proud to support to formally support the work of the Office of Addiction Response. That is the first letter that would be on letterhead. And then the second would go to the U.S. Department of Justice. And I'm sorry, the first one would go to the Bureau of Justice Assistance, Director Carlton Moore, and the other would go, looked at them both. Hold on. I may have looked at them both, but anyway, there are two letters of support. I think that they're titled differently, but one goes to the Department of Justice Bureau, the Department of Justice Bureau of Justice Assistance, and then the other one goes to a different agency, but it is or the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And so they are asking for a letter of support. I'm bringing that back to you all as that liaison and requesting, or at least asking if we as a board are willing to offer this letter of support to Hamilton County via myself as the liaison in support of the work that they're doing.
Any questions for Member Moffett? Mr. Lindy?
I think this seems like a wonderful cause. I hope we can support it. I like this group and what they do. I just had two questions. One, does this obligate us financially in any way in the future? I didn't see it in the letter, but I just wanted to check, like, what's not in their application, does it commit us to any kind of financial relationship? And then two, I just wanted to hear from the administration, did they have any reactions, positive or negative? Thanks.
So this does not commit us financially. This is a letter of support, of just the support of the work at this moment. I don't know if the administration is familiar with the work. I'm happy to pass on any information that I have on what the Office of Addiction Response does, the work that we do. We actually had a very great presentation from Prevention First earlier today in Health and Safety around a Pride student survey that was conducted in Hamilton County, but I think there were approximately 14,000 students, of which approximately 800 were CPS students. And it talked about vaping, marijuana, alcohol, and it surveyed students around their responses to those things. So that is the type of work that I'm sitting on prevention and that we would be supporting as a collective.
Superintendent, do you have any reaction to supporting this, or?
I am familiar with the work that they do and would have no concern with the district supporting it.
Great, thank you. So can the letters, we support the letter and support Member Moffett, Ms. Mapp?
Yeah, I'm just trying to continue to gain a little bit more clarity about
what that level of support would entail. So if you could just specify that a little bit. At this moment, it's just a letter saying that as a liaison for Cincinnati Public School and therefore representing Cincinnati Public Schools supports the work of the Office of Addiction Response. At this point, the only thing that I am doing is representing the prevention. I'm on a prevention team. And so we're talking about ways that the county and the groups within this prevention team can do some work around preventative and advocacy. And my role is representing student voice and parent voice. So I collect the information, bring it back to the group, which is what we saw in part during the Health and Safety Committee meeting today with the student survey. But there are other things that UMADOC and Prevention First and other organizations that are in prevention do, and I would be bringing that information back as well. That was in part one of the reasons why I wanted to us to meet more often, because there's so much work that we could be sharing intermittently that I wanted us to know about, so that I could take it back to their group and say, hey, this is some things that we're finding or ways that we could be more effective. One measure is to work with the administration in getting more responses from CPS students around the student survey. So Dr. Little has already worked with 2 schools to bring the survey to CPS for the 800 students, but we could work more succinctly on things like that. Thank you for the clarification.
Okay, so we are supporting the letter, and is it all right if we have our Chair of Health and Safety and liaison with this organization to sign that letter on behalf of the board? Are you okay?
Any objection?
No objection, I don't
Great.
hear it. All right. And I somehow passed over our second most senior member.
You know,
I am
it's
so
too much nepotism, so I can understand it. Thank you, President Bolton. So I have item for board matters, the Lighthouse, but I had a question for inquiries and updates for anybody, but I'll direct it to the superintendent. So I unfortunately had to miss the business meeting, the last one, the CAL that was turned into a business meeting. I thought I got caught up on what I missed, but listening to hearing of the public tonight, did I miss us talking about South Avondale and Rockdale merging again?
You did not.
Okay, so we'll be sure to get with those speakers and let them know then, right? That that's not happening.
We, at least one of them, I think it's been shared with them. I know
Okay.
that the board members or some of the board members actually went out and spoke with them as well. I
Okay.
think that they just want to make certain that we stay engaged around the fact that they are not interested in that occurring at
Okay,
this time.
great. I was starting to think I was a bad board member. I was like, did I miss that?
And not to belabor the subject or beat a dead horse, I know that I've attended 2 meetings regarding this, one at South Avondale and then also one at the Avondale Library, which was facilitated by the folks from the hospital. And again, the problem is people are thinking of this, first of all, as a merger. It is not that what was in the ad hoc was not a merger. Indeed, there are currently 2 PK6s buildings, and so this is not a merger, but it's a grade split. But I think we can find a way. As a matter of fact, I have the only person requested a written response was Mr. Horton, and I'll respond to that as well, so they get the official response. Yes,
President Bolton, if I may also add though for this one, and I think that's why they're seeing it this way, is because what is written is that Rockdale and South Avondale grade split to become PK5 and South Avondale become a middle school. So that's what was written in the ad hoc, and it says 6-8. So that's where they're getting it from, which is the same place that we got the recommendation from to start. So that's where they're getting it from.
Gotcha. I understand. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Now, to your item.
To my item, Ms. Mapp had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it was completely different, but it is an inquiry and update, if that's okay. really quickly?
Sure.
I just know that from our last meeting, from the Cal meeting, we didn't really get to speak on an update about Carson. I do know that there was an email that went out, but if possible, if you could just share briefly about where we are with that.
Sure. So the update that I shared with the board, and we've shared the same with the staff at the school, is we had staff to go out to the school. Our facilities team went out to the school and re-walked the school as well and did additional measurements at the school. What we found is that over the last decade, there have been updates that have been made at Carson that has reduced some of their space. So there have been walls that have been put up. There have been locations that have been separated. And as a result of that, it's made some of their spaces smaller. So we've done a few different things. However, the number of students that they're projected for right now should be a number of students that should be able to fit in the school building moving into next year. There is opportunity for additional space. For example, we proposed, because there was a concern around spacing, we did propose to reduce another one of their pre-K classrooms. They had 3 classrooms. We proposed to reduce that to 1 classroom with the students going to Reese Price because they did have additional space. The school did not want that to happen, and so they kept one of the additional pre-K spaces and one of the pre-K classes, and the other class went to Reese Price. The other thing that we've done is gone through the assignments that are at Carson, because last year, and they did some last year, but this year as well, and trying to give some focus to the students that have been there, for example, for a period of time, and now they're going into 6th grade, but looking at students that is not their school's attendance area, because there were a lot of students that were enrolled in Carson, which we know is a good problem to have, but there were a lot of students that were enrolled in Carson that did not live in Carson's attendance area. The third thing that we are also looking at is there are also some additional students that are attending Carson right now there are other school locations that they could actually be, moved into. So what we didn't recommend to the board, and we didn't propose, and I know we discussed this in one of the meetings that we had here, is I think the request from some that continue to send the emails is that we change the boundaries for Carson right now. And that is just not something that we recommend in isolation, because we have a larger concern across the district and in that area about right sizing those spaces. So our team is going out the next staff meeting at the school, the next scheduled staff meeting. We were going to go out and do it voluntarily with anyone that wanted to attend, but the principal wanted to have it at a time that everyone was in attendance. And so the next staff meeting at the school, I believe, is May 13th. So the team is actually going out to the school to have discussion as well, because if there are other recommendations that we're missing, other than changing the boundaries of the school at this point, we're open to hearing those, and we don't have space for modulars.
Thank you for the depth of information. I just wanted to make sure that we honored speaking about that, because I think we had the oversight the last meeting, and so just wanted to give room and space.
Thank
for
you.
us to discuss it. Thank you. And thank you, President Bolton.
Just around, and I don't mean to interrupt you, Mike, but just around Carson, I know there was also a request for an additional AP there, and I know we said like 721 was their number and 725 was what they had, they were super close. I don't want to quote the number. Would an AP assist with some of the needs that they have at that school? And I understand that they've made some movement, but I also think that there were some other schools that had relatively smaller numbers and they had an AP. Can you share why there's no consideration for Carson to get an AP?
So we do the allocations for assistant principals, and this is a great question because the other part of that is we have too many administrators. So we do the allocations for schools based on the numbers of students that are projected to the school. The number that was provided initially in the email that the board received was not the projections that were provided by the district. So Carson was not eligible based on those projections for an additional AP. And they were not 3 or 4 away. I want to say the difference in the cutoff is 8 or 850. And one of the teams, 750, I'm sorry. So there are a lot of schools that would say I'm 1 student over. And so therefore they would like for us to do the additional AP as well. So we do stick pretty closely to those numbers. The number is 750. They were projected at 721. I really want to answer your question, Board Member Moffitt. So what's the question so that I'll make sure I answer it for you?
Well, I'm just a little confused and I appreciate you trying to help me. So it says in the last email that we got dated April 18th, that their 725 is closer to the capacity and that the projection was 721. And so, and it shared about intervention, but I just was wondering if they're close, why wouldn't they get assistance? That's all I just want to understand.
Yeah, so I think the best way to respond to that is as we do projections across the district, there are a lot of situations where schools are close. But just because a school is close, we have some schools that are closer to 750 than the 721 that Carson is anticipating. And so if we then go to a model that we are assigning assistant principals to schools outside of the staffing models that we put in place, then that becomes the consistent exception. And so when you look at the support, their greater concern initially was there had been movement in their paraprofessionals. So their paraprofessionals were moved back into the school building, but they weren't at the point where they would qualify for an additional AP, and that's why an additional AP wasn't added. And that's across the board with staffing as we look at it. So that's the difference in whether we're looking at class size. It's the difference in whether we are looking at counselors. We have, staffing models that we use for school counselors. So we are really not in a position to go through each of the budgets and assign schools staff without having some method of looking at what's appropriate for them and not. Now, we do through the appeals process, look at all of the requests and why they're making those requests and review those requests and give feedback on that. But in this situation, for as far as they were away, it just didn't qualify them for the AP.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll go back to Mr. Morosky, who has an item to bring before us regarding the Lighthouse.
Thank you, President Bolton. As you'll recall, the last meeting I was at, not the last meeting we had, I gave an assignment that we just rename Lighthouse because I was tired of talking about it and I still am, but I backed that up to give people an opportunity if they would like to offer other suggestions than renaming Lighthouse to Dr. Odell Owens School, or that they think there should be another process by which we go about renaming the school. You'll recall, just to repeat, when we took on Lighthouse into our portfolio of schools from Lighthouse Youth and Family Services, who was sponsoring it as a charter school, they didn't want to be in the school business anymore. And we were sponsoring it, sorry, and we were happy to do it, even though we weren't really, the board at that time wasn't really into charter schools. We felt they were filling a need that was really valuable in the community. They're working with kids that need a whole lot of love. And so we had an agreement with Lighthouse Youth and Family Services that after 2 years of taking on the school that we'd rename it. And again, they don't mind. Their CEO tells me, you all have done great by it. It's good for our brand. We're not worried about it. It's not like you've run the place that you're doing amazing things, but could you? So this came up a couple of years ago, as folks will recall. I suggested, I think it was in policy last year. This has been policy for like 2.5 years, actually. And I think Odell came out, I think it might have been President Bolton, I believe. I latched onto it because he was a mentor of mine and a good friend of mine, and he worked his tail off for the kids that are in that school, not the specific kids, but you get my meaning. And so I just wanted to open it up one more time for board members and to pass along the information that thanks to our general counsel who spoke to the principal. The principal likes the name and understands the importance of Dr. Owens in the community and how it relates well to the school. I do think it's fair, more than fair. I would like to pass along her one caveat. This was not an end to don't rename it Odell Owens School, but that this is the reality of these students' lives, and a number of students were killed at that school just last year. I don't know about this year, I think, but last year was 4, maybe, I don't know. But and Odell in previous role was the county coroner, and that just, I hadn't thought of that, and I was happy that she said it because it never crossed my mind. So I did want, out of respect to her and her leadership over the school, to let you know she brought that up as a potential concern. But again, not in a, please don't do that, because she also understands all the reasons that Odell would be honored to know that a school with that kind of mission was named after him. But out of respect to her, I wanted to pass that along and also give people opportunity if they wanted to say anything about the idea of renaming it.
Thank you, Mr. Morosky. Vice President?
Yes, I recall from the policy meeting where we discussed that, and I would be in support of naming Lighthouse to Dr. Odell Owens. My question would be, have we talked with the family?
Yeah, Chris Owens, I've talked to Chris. I talked to Chris a lot in my other lives. And I let him, he knew that it came up in policy from Ms. Bolton, and he knew that I assigned the thing or whatever. So, but the family thinks it would be great and would be honored by it too. But they also realize there's a process. You know, I haven't promised anything.
Right,
but-
absolutely. I just wanted to know if we were, in communication with the family and if they had any reservations. But again, I would be in support. I would be interested to hear what my other colleagues have to say as well.
Superintendent, you have a comment?
I just have a question. I know in one of the recommendations that we saw, I don't think it was in ad hoc recommendations, but I do believe it was in the list of recommendations that we received. One of the recommendations there was around the possibility of some kind of merger for Lighthouse and possibly Promise Center, or repurposing the current Lighthouse into another school, maybe another school at some point. Does that need to be given any consideration, or does that not matter as long as the school is named after Dr. Owens? It really doesn't matter what program is in the school.
I don't really have an opinion about that, except my opinion is more on the recommendation that that school not exist to serve that population of student, which I think is a very important population to serve, but that's not what we're talking about tonight. So I'll reserve that for that conversation if that happens.
I just thought about it because I remember seeing it there, so I just wanted to.
No, this is why I surround myself with people who are smarter than me, like Mr. Hoying and you, who goes out and gives me good information. It makes me think about things differently. So yeah, that's a good point. But I'm not worried about it. I'm more worried about changing Lighthouse, so.
I do think that, glad the superintendent brought that up. The reality about Lighthouse is the cost of Lighthouse as it stands today. When the number of students and the cost of transportation to Lighthouse, as we pointed out, I think 2 months or so ago, just the terrible cost. But the need for it is obvious and remains. And I think that's how the idea of the repurposing, rethinking Promise Center, which I know the superintendent's been, and her team been working on, even if we were to have some kind of merger or whatever, I do think it makes sense to have the good doctor's name on a school that is particularly interested in serving the kids that most need. And regarding the coroner thing, I remember, I think some of you all will remember too, that Dr. Owens, while he was coroner for Hamilton County, one of the things that he did almost every Saturday was bring the kids that were among the most troubled and had some proclivity to violence. He actually brought them to the morgue. And he would teach and speak with them and talk to them about what violence really means. So I think that I think that's a good catch for her, to the principal, to mention that. But I know that he is deeply committed to us finding nonviolent and positive ways to have children and teenagers be better treated and build relationships. So I think it's certainly some school in this district better be named for him. And I think that would be something he would take great pride in. Because if nothing else, it'll raise our level of expectations of ourselves for that school and delivering on his promise. So is there a resolution that you can bring back to us if that we can further talk about or discuss?
I don't, but Mr. Hoying, do we have a resolution for that? Okay, I thought we did. You can circulate it around and then, I mean, we can put it on the agenda for next Monday then, if
Great.
that works for everybody. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you for bringing that back, Mike. Appreciate it. Before we get to assignments, I think we have one more board matter, and the board matter is a simple one. It comes up every friggin' year. And every time we go through this, and that is the CPS 2025 Board of Education meeting schedule draft. You all saw it. I think the board staff shared it. It's that wonderful color coding and features, of course, the holidays, and tries to put in it also Great City Schools and the OSBA areas, and really just holidays. And it looks as though you all can react to it. I've reacted to it, but I also know that Public Affairs is interested in having it very, 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 very soon because of the scheduling that they have to do regarding printing. At least that's what board staff has said, that Public Affairs came and said that we do it. So did anybody have an opportunity to react to it or think about it? Treasurer and superintendent haven't seen it yet. Let's for our magical meeting on May 6th, let's plan on coming in at noon and to start. But I would just say that a couple of suggestions real quickly that I had. I think we can eliminate the Saturday meetings because I'm not altogether sure it's the best time to have, not that we wouldn't have them, but I don't know that when we've traditionally had them is the best time, especially from the budget process. The other thing is that I think it's good to in July and December to have the fewer meetings, and that one in July that we have should be during the day instead of the evening. And but I write all this stuff down, but if you all take a look at it for next time. And certainly try not to have any more than 3 meetings a month, 2 board meetings and 1 CAL. So see if there's other real quick reactions that you might have to bring back on May 6th. Anybody have anything to add for tonight? Mr. Lindy.
2 points. One, I'd like to advocate for in keeping the Saturdays. I think making sure we have an upfront investment to board professional development and some extended time on budget is really important.
Okay.
I truly don't care if they're on Saturday. And Saturdays are hard for me, but I want to have some non-business meeting time
Big time.
to engage in board development work. Thought 1. Thought 2, for the sake of continual improvement and thinking radically, I would like to ask our board office to come up with an alternative version that would have 1 business meeting per month. And I'd just like to look at it.
It'd be great.
And I'd like to see if it's possible. We've spent a lot of time in board meetings, and I think the world would be a better place if we spent less time in board meetings.
It's very possible, and I can't wait to have the administration so endorse that until they have to get everything ready only once a month.
Well, I
So
actually,
let's
I
do
actually
it.
think the treasurer is excited. She was doing cartwheels over here.
Of course
But I,
she is,
but I
I'll
do
have
think,
no comment about the treasurer at this
yeah,
time.
I do think that,
Particular interest.
I do think that one of the things that makes it challenging for us in the short meetings, it really doesn't give you enough time from one meeting to the other to try to pull all of the information together. So
Right.
we would be willing, whatever the board's will is, we would be willing to be thoughtful and organized in that space. And I think actually it will allow us to be more efficient in terms of it. So that's
would
just
be
my
great.
initial response.
No argument here, but let's be able to discuss it also on May 6th or whatever. Is that too late for Public Affairs to get this calendar? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I was just gonna add, thank you, Board Member Lindy, for suggesting that. I am all about efficient meetings, less meetings, and just being more productive. So thank you so much for that.
I would only add to the idea of fewer meetings. I would not want to have fewer meetings where the public could participate. So if you wanted to have fewer meetings, you eliminate the committee of the whole where we don't allow for public testimony anywhere. 'Cause for me, that's also a function. But yes, just more things to think about. Totally into the 2 meetings instead of 3. Any other comments, questions, issues? I'm gonna hope that everybody just really wants to leave and we'll move for adjournment.
Second,
Thank you. And we have a second.
third, fourth.
Everybody in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.